All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you're new. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for joining me. And as always, thank you for waiting patiently. I'm running a little bit behind today, so I do apologize for that. Right off the bat, I want to just acknowledge all of the birthday wishes that I'm seeing. A lot of you guys wishing me happy birthday. It was my birthday yesterday. That's why I wasn't able to produce any content, and I just want to thank you guys for that. It's very kind of you. We have a pretty good show today. We have some very interesting topics that we're going to be talking about. I'm going to run down these topics momentarily, let you know what we are going to be discussing. Before I do, I want to acknowledge a couple of chats here. First, we have Andrew with a $2 super chat saying, Church of Rhintology needs a new name. Any ideas? Yeah, I'm going to leave that to the community here. I'll let them come up with ideas. I'm sure they'll come up with something much better than me. Maybe like the Church of Totoki? The Church of Hiroki Totoki, because he's going to be the interim CEO. Yeah, see, already I feel like I'm doing a horrible job here. But yeah, I don't know, Andrew. We'll have to think of something. We have until March 2024 to come up with a new name. And then we have Lone Wolf Gamer, a member for 5 months, says, Happy B-Day, MBG. Finally starting Cyberpunk and really looking forward to Spider-Man 2. Well, thank you for that, man. Thank you for the birthday wishes. And yeah, I've been hearing really good things about the new Cyberpunk expansion. Haven't played it myself. Cyberpunk is a game that, I hear so much about. And a lot of people have said I got to go play it. So maybe one day I will. But yeah, we're finally in October. This is the month that Spider-Man 2 launches. So I'm right there with you, man. Very much looking forward to it. And we also have Jake. Jake is out here and he says, let's start the day off with a membership gift. Jake, thank you so much for that. This will actually help segue me right into letting everybody know how you can help support my content, how you can help support my channel. As always, I just want to give a big shout out to this community in general, because if it wasn't for you guys, the content wouldn't be anywhere near as frequent as it is. And it's just something you guys enable me to do. It's something you allow me to do. I'm very honored and humbled to be able to do it. So thank you guys for all the support. You can hit that like button for me. We're already at 70 likes, which is fantastic. Amazing to see that. I'm going to start putting a little bit more emphasis on hitting the like button simply because it's becoming more important with YouTube's algorithm. We want to continue to grow this community. We want to bring more like-minded people on board here so we can continue to have great discussions. The easiest way for you to contribute to that, if you can't do anything else, just hit that like button. It would be very much appreciated. But we have Hellbound 1981 and Exley 3000 legends here, both deciding to gift 5 memberships each, essentially gifting a total of 10 memberships. Guys, we're not even 12 minutes into the stream, and we are already sitting at 11 members gifted. This is what I'm talking about with this community. We've got a ton of W's going on in the chat. Thank you guys so much for your continued and consistent support. I see Cody thanking them for a membership. Absolutely, man. These guys are always handing out membership gifts and inspiring the community and inspiring other people to pay it forward as well. So yeah, if that's something you want to do to support the channel, consider becoming a channel member. You get access to exclusive members-only content. You get access to exclusive emojis that you can use in the chat. If you are already a channel member, even if you were gifted a membership, okay? If you have a membership badge next to your name, you now have the ability to gift memberships as well. So very much appreciate anybody who does that. If you're not up to gifting memberships or becoming a channel member, you can also consider donating a super chat, as some people have already done, but people continue to do. You can not only support my content directly, but get directly involved with the conversation, ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, whatever it is you want to do. Big thank you to everybody who does that. And as I'm finishing this up, we have Jake coming back and gifting a second membership. Jake does it again. He's keeping the membership train going here, bringing us up to 12 members automatically. Love to see it, guys. Thank you so much. Let me read a couple more of these chats, and I will give you guys a rundown of the topics that we are going to be discussing today. We have certainly a lot to go over. We have, let me see here, Dark Demon Media, a member for 7 months, says, "Happy birthday, MBG. My birthday was September 28th. Also, 36 years old here." Well, happy belated birthday to you as well, man. I just turned 30 yesterday. Not 36 yet, but I'm sure it'll be here before I know it. So yeah, entering my 30s. I don't really feel any different. Maybe I feel different. It feels like kind of a new beginning, I guess, in a way, which is always nice, like a fresh start, so to speak. So I really appreciate that, Dark Demon Media. I see Smitty asking, how do I gift a membership? If you are on Android or on PC, and I'm pretty sure it's enabled now for iOS. I'm still not sure. You guys have to let me know. At the bottom of the chat, there is a $sign. If you click that, one of the options, if you are a member, should be to gift memberships. And we have Lone Wolf Gamer. Dude, Lone Wolf Gamer says, you know what? Let's keep this membership train going. I'm going to gift a membership as well. Lone Wolf Gamer, thank you for that, man. He brings us up to 13 members on the day. This is what I mean. People like to pay it forward. They feel inspired, and it helps the channel tremendously. So thank you for that, Lone Wolf Gamer. And Mark Loven says, just got all 230 trophies in Dead by Daylight. Oh, man. Dude, that is impressive, Mark Loven. I got to say, that is some serious commitment. I attempted to do that, and I ended up giving up on it because it was just too much, man. It was too much. For those who don't know, Dead by Daylight gets new trophies every update, and they get an update every 3 months or so. And Dead by Daylight has been getting updates every 3 months since 2016. So there are a ton of trophies. Many of them are incredibly difficult to acquire. So big shout out to you, Mark, for achieving that, man. I think I have about 80% of the trophies. And it's also it's a pretty expensive thing to do as well. I mean, you know, you have to buy the DLC and whatnot. So good on you, man. Let me see. I'm all caught up here. So let me let you guys know what we're going to be discussing over the course of this stream today. So the first thing I'm going to dive into, there was actually a write-up here from Jason Schreier. And his write-up is titled, "Why PlayStation Fans Are Cheering CEO's Departure." And he seemingly, I have to emphasize the word seemingly because he doesn't explicitly seem to confirm it, he seemingly gives us a hint that maybe Sony's development plans regarding live service games might not be going as smoothly, who would have thought, as some people may think. And I think this is very interesting. He kind of does a bit of a deep dive, not a deep dive, but he talks pretty extensively in this article about Sony's live service plans. And I feel like this is something we've been talking about for a long time now with PlayStation and Sony and Jim Ryan. And we really haven't seen much. We haven't really seen anything. Even now, I feel like we've been talking about it for years, but we still haven't seen any gameplay of any kind. And now that Jim Ryan is going to be retiring, a lot of people are naturally asking the question, are we going to see a major shift now? Are we going to continue to see this big emphasis on live service games with PlayStation, or is that going to change now? And so I figured we could kind of have a lengthy discussion about that. Something else we're going to be discussing is Spider-Man 2. Insomniac Games is warning people that there are spoilers out there, but also making it clear that this game is apparently packed with surprises. So I figured we could just talk a little bit more about Spider-Man 2. We also have something interesting from Tom Henderson. He seems to, in a way, he seems to confirm something we've been discussing about the Nintendo Switch 2, and that is major third-party support. I'm talking PS5 and Xbox Series games also being announced for the Nintendo Switch 2. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk about the PlayStation Portal and how this device is selling out for a device that many people, I think, assumed would be some kind of failure. I don't know. It seems like it might actually end up doing pretty well based off of what we're seeing right now, which is interesting. And then finally, we're going to talk about Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remake. I did put out a very short video that I ended up taking down about this because we got an update, of course, like almost immediately after I put that video out. So I figured, you know what, we'll just talk about this topic over the course of the stream. And I'm sure based off of super chats and other things, there will be other topics we end up discussing. And I also want to thank Smitty1422. He donates $2. Very much appreciate that tip, bud. Thank you. And yeah, one last time before we dive into it, guys, make sure you hit that like button to show your support for the channel. Let's start here with, let me see. Yeah, let's start with this article. Before I do, I have a super chat from AZN Panda 510. Thank you for the $5 super chat, buddy. You're saying, MBG, remember Destruction All-Stars? I think that was Jim's idea for sure. It kind of failed, and the new Twisted Metal is also being made by them. Thanks. Yeah, I do remember Destruction All-Stars. It's really difficult to determine if that was something Jim Ryan gave the green light to. We did talk during the last stream about how the majority of the games that we've seen so far during the PlayStation 5 generation were games that were greenlit by the previous management, the previous CEO, so Sean Layden's era. Destruction All-Stars very much could have been a game that was greenlit by Sean Layden, or it could have been a game that as soon as Jim Ryan came in, maybe it was a game that, I don't know. You have to imagine it was in development right before Jim took over. But the thing about Destruction All-Stars is it is kind of mind-blowing when you look back to think that, oh yeah, John Codera. I forgot. John Codera was the CEO for like, what, 3 months or something? Or 6 months? I totally forgot about that. Yeah, he could have been the one that greenlit that. The thing that's crazy about Destruction All-Stars is how, you know, there was a point where Sony really thought that this game could be sold for $70. And I don't know if something just got lost in translation or there was just some miscommunication, but, you know, once we saw that game, we all kind of looked at each other and we're like, there's no way. Like, there's no way. Like, this has to be a joke, right? Like, this has to be a joke. And luckily, Sony made the very wise decision to release it day one as a PlayStation Plus game. And I don't think that saved it, but man, that game would have been an ultra flop if they didn't do that and they sold it at 70. No one would have bought that. I wouldn't have bought that. The only reason I even played it was because it was a day one launch on PlayStation Plus, and it was okay. I mean, I got like a couple hours out of it. I think I did try to go for the platinum, but then I got annoyed and I was like, well, you know, yeah, this Twisted Metal game that's rumored to be in development or pretty much confirmed. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what they end up doing with it. B. Flesher says, MBG, was this why Jim Ryan retired? Sony may be reading the room and seeing a large amount of failed games as a service. It's very interesting. I want to say this before I read this article, okay? So, let me think about how I want to word this. I don't want to make it sound dramatic or be hyperbolic, but Sony is in a precarious position right now. And I think it's tough maybe for a lot of people, especially the more casual people, to focus on that because it's not their job. And, you know, no one expects, I'm not saying anybody has to care about the problems that Sony's running into. Of course not. But it's like if you're trying to get an understanding and an idea of maybe where they're headed, why they're doing what they're doing, why they're making the decisions they're making, I think it is important to highlight this fact. There's a specific thing I want to say, but when I say this, it's way overblown. It's just for some reason the terminology that comes to mind, I guess for like lack of a better term, Sony's back is against the wall in a way. Now I get it. When people hear that, they assume so Sony's in trouble, Sony's panicking. No. It's when I say Sony's back is against the wall, I'm referring to the industry consolidation. Okay, Sony knows that they only have so many viable options. Now, you're saying you can't agree with that, the dude, and that's what I mean. Like, hopefully, maybe you'll understand what I mean when I say back against the wall. When I explain, when it comes to industry consolidation, Sony is in a position where they do have limited options at their disposal, and they have to be very careful about which options they choose to go with because of the amount of risk involved. The biggest differentiating factor between Sony and Microsoft, between Sony and Tencent, between Sony and Amazon and Netflix and all of these companies is that Sony is nowhere near as big, just generally speaking, but in straight up in terms of how much they're worth, the value of their assets, their capital. Sony is nowhere near that level. And so this notion of, Sony should just go acquire so-and-so. Sony should just go acquire a publisher. This is obviously something that Sony could pursue. It could be something they are pursuing. It's something that I'm sure Jim Ryan thought of and maybe decided against. And I'm going to read these super chats because I just got a couple of super chats here. I'm going to read them momentarily, so just hang tight, guys. I just want to make sure I get this point across. When I say Sony's back is against the wall, I mean that they have to be very careful about how they maneuver themselves out of that corner, because Microsoft has made it clear what they're going to do. And that is, we're going to do what you cannot, Sony. And that is, we're going to buy the biggest publishers we can and as many as we can. And that's our path forward. So automatically, Sony has no choice but to bow out and say, yeah, we can't do that. Does it mean they can't acquire anything? No, of course. We've been seeing them make a lot of acquisitions, but those acquisitions that Sony have been making are nowhere near the level of some of the moves we see their main competitor, Microsoft, making. And I also believe it's not going to be anywhere near the level that we will begin to see other entities, other big companies start to make. And Sony knows this is coming, by the way. That's one of the most important things to highlight here. Sony fully understands what's happening in this industry and what has begun. And that escalation that I've referred to in the past, it is consolidation. We're seeing the escalation of consolidation. It's only going to get more aggressive going forward. And more players are going to enter the game. It's not just Microsoft. Like when Microsoft says, we're focused on like Netflix and Amazon and stuff like that. I know it sounds silly because they seemingly are also very focused on Sony, but there is truth to that. Microsoft is well aware that these other companies are going to start to look around and be like, we could probably make some big moves here, right? And Microsoft wants to get ahead of that. Sony has to ask themselves, how do we survive this? How do we thrive in this, knowing we can't do this? And that is where things get very, very tricky for Sony, because a lot of PlayStation fans, I think, would say, Sony, all you have to do is just keep making your AAA single-player games, sell your console, and you'll be good. But the reality is, that's not, that could make Sony, it could help them survive, yes. And I think they could survive in that way. If Sony said, you know what, this is going to be our focus and we're not changing anything, they would survive, but they also have to be prepared to lose their position as market leader. They also have to accept that. They also have to accept that you're not going to make as much revenue as maybe some of your competitors now, or you also have to accept that the risk involved with this is if you have one or two bad AAA games, and they don't make enough money, they don't make enough revenue, that's it. You don't have anything to fall back on. Now, keep in mind, people are thinking that Sony can do this while they're losing games. Sony is having games literally in mass stripped away from their platform. And I really need that to marinate for a moment and for people to understand that when Sony looks at live service, I do agree there are some major risks, and this could blow up in their face. And it would be very unfortunate if that's what happens. It could blow up in their face and just basically leave them in a position where they're worse off after pursuing live service games so aggressively. But the idea is here that Sony knows they're going to continue to lose games. That's just how it's going to go. I don't know how anybody could see what's happening in the industry and assume that Sony is just going to not lose any more games in the future. That's what's going to happen. And they have to figure out, as they lose these games over the years, what is our response to that? Well, we've already established that it's not realistic for Sony to say, well, you know what we'll do? We'll buy Take-Two and we'll make all of their games exclusive. So we'll take a bunch of games ourselves. It's just not realistic, guys. I know people talk all the time like, is Sony going to buy Take-Two? Is Sony going to buy? No, they're not. They're not. I know it's like a thing that maybe if they really wanted to make the biggest move ever and it's just not feasible for Sony. They will never do that. The chances of Sony as a company basically folding in on itself after an acquisition like that are too high. That's like a nuclear option that Sony really, I think they would only ever even consider something like that if they truly felt it's either that or death. And that's not the situation they're in. But the situation they are in is the walls are closing in and you're going to lose games, and you have to consider how you're going to respond. How are you going to fill in these gaps? Because you're going to lose players. You're going to lose them. People may still buy your console. People may still buy your exclusives. But when you continue to lose mass amounts of third-party games that people went to PlayStation for, right? Like, people bought a PS5 expecting all future Bethesda games to release on this console, just to find out not going to happen. Same thing with Activision Blizzard now, except for Call of Duty, of course. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the long run, after the 10-year deal is up, I wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft does decide, you know what, we will make it exclusive. Because why wouldn't we? Right? This is what Sony has to think about. And when you consider all this, you can kind of begin to understand why Sony, or at least Jim Ryan, believes that the least risky but smartest path forward is with live service. We will lose money. Yes. We will have failures. Yes. We may upset some of our core fan base. Yes. But if we strike gold with just one or two of these games, then we don't have to worry anymore. Suddenly our back won't be against the wall. The walls won't be closing in. We'll be just fine. But at the same time, you see how even the maker of the most successful live service game, Fortnite, Epic Games, just had to lay off a ton of employees, like 900 plus employees, and they're in trouble. How? Well, based off of my understanding, it seems like Epic really may have mismanaged their money, essentially. It seems like they made a lot of money and made some pretty poor decisions with it. But, you know, it naturally makes people question, is this live service future really something that Sony should be banking on? I don't know. I don't know that they have much of a choice right now, as crazy as that may sound. And I understand that people are going to say, of course they have a choice. You know, they could do all these other things, but it's like, people have suggested maybe Sony should double down, like they should take all the money and resource that they're investing in live service and double up on their single player games. Like make single player games. It's like, yeah, but the idea of a successful live service game hitting is it's self-sustainable. You know what I mean? Like it's something that you don't have to wait 5 to 6 years to see a profit off of, like the traditional single player. It's something that every single quarter, as long as you're producing a little bit of content for it and you're drip feeding it, you'll make a profit. You know, you'll see you'll have that cushion. And I understand that a lot of people are like, I don't care about that. I don't care about Sony's money. And I get that. I don't either, really. Like, it's not my money. But it's just, I don't think people fully grasp how volatile the market is becoming. I think some people do. But unfortunately, the gaming industry is becoming unbelievably volatile. And a company like Microsoft is completely immune to it. And that's why Sony has no choice but to say, we can't even pay attention to what Microsoft's doing because they're in a league of their own financially. This volatility does not impact them. They can survive anything. And that's the truth. However, Sony cannot. Sony cannot just survive anything. Not in this market. And so it is really, like, this is why I think Jim Ryan has been such a controversial figure for PlayStation, because Jim Ryan obviously knew this, and he knew that his focus, he has to be laser focused on, we cannot see the numbers start to drop because the market is getting more and more volatile. And these things begin to compound. Maybe it starts just as a small dip, and before you know it, that small dip turns into a big downward spike. And Jim's laser focus was on, we need to just keep growing, even if it's incrementally, and we need to play it safe. And I think a lot of PlayStation fans hated that idea. Like, you're playing it too safe, and now you're focused on live service. And I get it. I'm not saying that that's the PlayStation I want in the future, but I genuinely do worry. If Sony fails in this live service attempt, what happens to them? Could they just be another Nintendo? I mean, let's not forget that Sony specifically said last year, maybe it was this year actually, Microsoft's plan is to make us like Nintendo. And that's kind of an interesting thing for Sony to say, because I almost feel like a lot of fans would be okay with that. Like, a lot of people would say, we like Nintendo and we like the way they do things. Sony, if you want to become the next Nintendo, that's fine too. And unfortunately, I don't remember if Sony elaborated what they meant by this. I don't know if they meant they're trying to make us like Nintendo, as in we only make stuff for kids. Surely that's not what they meant, because Sony makes very mature games. I feel like they meant Nintendo is kind of on their own island, essentially, doing their own thing. And they're not going to be everywhere, essentially. Like, you're not going to see Nintendo games everywhere. You're not going to see Nintendo deviate from, we make a console, we make games for that console, you buy our console, and that's that. And it seems to me like Sony's long-term ambition is to maybe go beyond that. Anyway, I want to read these super chats. Some very generous super chats here. I have two $20 super chats, one from Street Shadow and another from 18 May. These are back to back. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate the support, guys. Street Shadow says, just to clarify something that I see all the time, Jim Ryan doesn't equal Sean Layden. Sean Layden is closer to Herman Holst. Jim Ryan retiring is natural at this point. Next generation is starting. You usually get a new face then. Yeah, I will say, Street Shadow, that is something we probably should acknowledge, is this generation is set, as in we are now entering the second half, the second phase of it, I guess you could say, the final half. And everything that is about to happen when it comes to PlayStation game releases and the PS5 Pro, this is stuff that was in the works for the past 3 or 4 years. And it is true that right now internally at Sony, they are, I think this is the point where they are now getting very serious about, okay, what does the next generation look like? What are we doing with the PlayStation 6? Because we know the remainder of this generation. We know the path that the PS5 is on in terms of game development pipeline, sales trajectory, the whole 9 yards. We already know. And of course, there could be a few changes and deviations here and there. But yeah, it is worth considering that. And I did watch Mystic's video on this recently, which maybe this is where you got this from. This is what he said. He was basically saying that, Jim Ryan probably didn't want to deal with another generation transition. He did with the PS4 to the PS5. And the PS5 is in a successful place, and he probably just figured, maybe this is a good time to let somebody else come in and handle the PlayStation 6. That actually does seem to be the way it goes with PlayStation throughout the generations, where it's like almost every generation there is somebody new that kind of spearheads the next console and the future of that console. So I don't know. That, these are things that we would like to get specific answers for, but I don't think we will. And it is funny to see the amount of people that I've seen saying, I want to see Sean Layden come back. I want to see Jack Trenton come back. Guys, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. Yeah, and that's the thing is, I know that a lot of people are going to say, Jim Ryan was a terrible leader for PlayStation, a terrible CEO. Listen, he may have been terrible for the fan base in the eyes of a lot of fans. But I think people are very much delusional or lacking understanding. Jim Ryan has broken multiple records for PlayStation. Now I get it. Like as a fan, maybe that doesn't mean anything to you. I'm not saying it should mean anything to you. But from a business standpoint, there's no way Sony is unhappy with his performance. And that's what's interesting is, somebody mentioning, is Sony wising up? Are they realizing that maybe this games as a service thing? It could be. That could maybe be the one thing that Jim, maybe that is the one area where he really messed up. We don't know. That's why I want to read this article to you guys from Jason Schreier, because Jason seems to insinuate that PlayStation Studios is having a struggle right now. And it could be that maybe that was a big mistake that Jim made in thinking that we can just transition our studios into becoming live service studios, not realizing that it's just not going to work that way, man. Like it's not. And it could have very much been a situation where maybe Sony, maybe they did realize, like, Jim, you're fucking up PlayStation Studios here. And before I continue, we have Corey, the legend Landiga. He comes in out of nowhere and drops a 20 bomb on this community. He gifts 20 memberships.
Holy shit.
Wow, Corey the legend does it again, man. He does it again. Let's get some W's in the chat for Corey. He decided he wanted to keep this membership train going in a huge way. Corey, dude, thank you so much, man. I really, really appreciate that support, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Shout out to all of you guys who continue to consistently gift these memberships and drop 20 bombs like this. That's incredible, dude. Really do appreciate that more than you know. So yeah, W still going in the chat for Corey. I got to give Corey a crazy Arnold as well. Got to give him a crazy Arnold because damn, he just went ham. So Corey just brought us up to 33 members, guys. 33 members. Getting ever closer to our goal today, which is awesome to see. So I'm going to update this here, bring it up to 33. Almost there, and boom. Corey does it, man. Corey doing the heavy lifting once again. The god of memberships. Appreciate that, dude. Did I talk about Spider-Man already? No, not yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. So, in the midst of what I was saying, and Exley 3000. Corey and Exley, dude, these guys are like the OG legends here. They've been here since the beginning when we started gifting memberships, and they're still out here gifting like crazy. Thank you so much, Exley. Exley drops another 5 memberships and brings us up to 38 members on the day. 38 members. So we're just 12 away now from actually hitting our goal.
We're going to heal.
Trying to give you guys these sound. I realize I'm not using the sound bites as much. I'm trying to like space them out a little bit. You know, I'm trying to space the sound bites out just a little bit. And then Hellbound 1981, another legend that's been here since the beginning. Corey, Exley, Hellbound, these guys have just been nothing but generous to this community. Nothing but supportive to this channel. And to just see them coming out the 1st of October, absolutely strong start. Really can't thank you guys enough. Hellbound, thank you for another 5 memberships gifted. Hellbound just brought us up to 43 members on the day. That is impressive. This community never fails to impress me, man. We're not even 45 minutes into the stream. I mean, that's almost like a membership per minute there, right? That's almost like a membership per minute. So thank you guys so much. Corey says, indeed, we are Venom. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. So before I get too off track here, because God knows I will, Street Shadow, I very much appreciate your super chat, man. And I think that is something we have to consider. You're basically saying here, we are at that transitioning point where we're not fully transitioning into a next generation yet. We still have like 3 or 4 years left, but it's that this is the period inside of Sony where they are internally, they are beginning to transition. Like they are now fully immersed in what the PlayStation 6 is going to be, what their roadmap's going to look like, you know, what their pipeline's going to be, what their goals are going to be. So absolutely, Street Shadow. And oh man, is Corey, it's one of those days for Corey, the legend Landiga. He says, you know what? I'm going to drop another 10 memberships. Corey Landiga says it's goal time, boys. He crushes the goal. Corey drops another 10 memberships, guys.
Holy
That's 30 members. Corey just dropped 30 memberships, man. 30 memberships. And he crushes the goal. He brings us to 53 members on the day. Huge support from Corey Landiga, and a huge shout out to him, man. Doing some serious heavy lifting today. Let me actually update this goal. Thank you so much, man. Didn't think I would be updating the goal already. 53. Oops. Good stuff, dude. Good stuff. There we go. 53 memberships on the day. We crushed the goal even before we hit the hour mark. So big shout out to this community once again. I know I'm going on and on, but it means a lot. It does. It really means a lot. 18 May. I want to read your super chat as well because you donated a $20 super chat, which is very kind of you. 18 May says, happy 30 MBG. May the heavens shower thee with blessings and your day filled with joyous merriment. I don't. Is that an actual word? If that's a word, I've never seen that word. Let not the shadows of adversaries dim your celebrations, for their envious hearts shall rue the day they sought to oppose thee. Wow. Now that's a doozy, 18 May. That is a doozy of a super chat there, but thank you so much. That's actually a very kind thing and a very intense thing to say, but something that is very much appreciated, man. I think that's like a I mean, I got like some birthday cards which were pretty nice, you know, and some of them a little bit funny, but this was like this was next level. Yeah, I don't know. This word. Let me look up this word really quickly. I feel like I've seen it before, but merriment, gaiety, and fun. Interesting. No, honestly, lighthearted or fun making. I'm not kidding. I don't think I've ever seen that word. Like, if I've ever seen that word, it was in like passing or something. And as I'm reading that intense but very nice super chat, we have Big MP is what he likes to be called. Big MP. I swear I saw somebody in the chat asking about him earlier. He comes in, he returns out of nowhere. You never know when this guy's going to show up. And he drops 5 memberships. Big MP dropping 5 memberships, bringing us up to 58 members on the day. Another legend here. Seemingly coming out of the shadows. Shem says, he's back. Dude, thank you for that, man. It's very kind of you. Very kind of you. I got to give you a
sacrificed everything for my people.
A Jin Sakai there, because I know you like Ghost. I know you like Ghost. So yeah, W's in the chat. You guys are killing it today. Absolutely crushing it. 58 members. And 18 May, yeah, thank you again for that super chat, buddy. We have another super chat here from Jenna Hayes. They say we have incompetent politicians that don't enforce against monopolies. That's how Xbox is successful. Well, there could be truth to that, Jenna, and I'll be honest with you. I don't want to dive into that topic of discussion because I feel like it's a very divisive topic. It's one that becomes, I think, very toxic very quickly. You know, is Microsoft creating a monopoly? I don't know. I do not know. I don't have the answers. And I'm not going to sit here and speak as if I do. Do I believe Microsoft could be trying to create a monopoly? Of course. Of course I do. I don't know if they will be successful, but I think they might be going for it because it's Microsoft. And let's be honest, guys, whether it's Microsoft, whether it's Sony, whether it's Nintendo, whether it's Valve, if any company that has the means to achieve a monopoly and believes that they can get away with it, why wouldn't they do it? Companies are going to do what companies are going to do. Business is going to do what business does. So I'm not going to sit here and say, I don't want to inject morality into it because I just feel like it's irrelevant to the conversation. I would only inject morality into this discussion if I felt as though it made a difference and my own feeling on it made some type of difference. Obviously, I don't think it's good for anything to, go that far and become like a total monopoly, but we're not quite there yet. I think so let me try to give a little bit more clarity to this. I think we will know for sure Microsoft's intention. I mean, I feel like a lot of us feel as though we do know their intent, but I feel like it will be made 100% clear to everybody, the masses, so to speak, based on what Microsoft chooses to do after they close the Activision Blizzard deal. Because as far as I'm concerned, the Activision Blizzard deal is done, and I'm fully anticipating that they're going to announce its closing. It's what they do after that. Ideally, they don't do anything in terms of acquisitions. Ideally, they just focus on the insane amount of studios they have, the insane amount of IP they have, and just pursue that. However, I think that's an unlikely thing to occur. I think the more likely thing to occur is once they close the Activision Blizzard deal, they will likely try to pursue more studios, possibly even more publishers. I don't even know if that's a possibility, but we'll have to see, man. I'm not really, honestly, these days, I'm not really too focused on what Microsoft is pursuing anymore because I feel as though I have my answers personally and I know what they're trying to do, or at least I'm pretty convinced at what they're trying to do, and it doesn't really interest me very much. And if anything, it's at this point, it's more about just kind of shifting focus and looking at Sony, looking at PlayStation, now knowing that Jim Ryan's retiring, knowing that they're pursuing live service, and really beginning to ask the question, which is what we're going to continue to talk about here. What is Sony going to do? We know what Microsoft is doing right now. I think a lot of us have a good idea of what they're going to continue to do. What is Sony going to do? Because I feel like Sony really is the big question mark right now, truthfully. But Jenna, thank you for the super chat. I have another one here from Josh. Josh Z, longtime member, he says, now it makes a little more sense why Sony wants their first-party games to reach the same value as Nintendo first-party. Yes, that is true, Josh, and that does... You know, when Sony says they want to make us like Nintendo, I don't know that that's a bad thing for even Sony. I think a lot of people don't think that's a bad thing, but when you consider just how insanely successful Nintendo's intellectual properties are and how Nintendo's IP are so strong that it can just carry them. Nintendo doesn't have to worry about industry consolidation or what's going on because their IP is just that strong. I think it would be ideal for Sony to actually get into a position like that where eventually God of War, maybe even Horizon. I don't know if maybe God of War is the most likely one. I don't know that Horizon could ever be that strong. It remains to be seen. Maybe one day Ghost of Tsushima, depending on the potential of that IP. These IPs just become so well known, so strong, so beloved that anything else that's going on around them can be helpful, but is not the be all end all, right? I mean, we just watched Nintendo have a generation with the Switch where third party support was incredibly inconsistent, and it became clear that like people are not buying Switches and supporting Nintendo for third party. Third party is just like a little bonus for whatever third party games you get. They're buying this console for the innovation in the hardware and, most importantly, the first party games. And I think that, I mean, if it were up to me, like if I was at Sony and I was the CEO, I would completely shift my focus to Nintendo and get away from Microsoft. And I really hope Sony does do that. I do, because I just don't think Sony is going to win this battle. I don't think that's a battle. I don't think it's a fight Sony should pick. You have to pick and choose your battles. I just don't think Sony chasing after what Microsoft is doing is wise, because I think it's not even that I think it's, I'm pretty certain you're going to lose that. You will. Not in the console space, because obviously Microsoft bowed out of the console. Like, they're not in the console race. And I think that's what, I think Microsoft wants that. Because Microsoft, I think Microsoft knows they win either way. Right? Maybe Microsoft feels like if they pursue us, we're way ahead of them. We're buying publishers. Game Pass is well established. They're not going to catch us. Like, they literally can't catch us now that we have Activision Blizzard. And I think Microsoft knows that if Sony pursues them in that way directly, Sony's going to be behind. Okay? Well, what if Sony doesn't pursue them? Microsoft still wins. Because the only other thing Sony can do at that point is pursue Nintendo. And frankly, I do hope that's what they do. I do, because if I had to, maybe that's more of a selfish thing, right? But I do respect what Nintendo does. And we're going to talk about Nintendo a little bit later with the Switch too. I really respect like how they have proven that you can be self-reliant in this industry with your own games, with your own IP. And you can lose almost everything in terms of third party. and claw your way back in that regard and be perfectly fine as long as you are self-reliant with your studios, with your IP, with your games, with your hardware. That's the type of PlayStation I would like to see. Not a PlayStation that's chasing trillion-dollar corporations that they can't hang with because they can't spend that type of money. Not a PlayStation that says, well, now we have to secure even more third-party exclusives because of this, knowing that you don't own that and it's just a temporary solution. I want to see a PlayStation where the focus is on the hardware and on the first-party content. And I understand that third-party for PlayStation is always going to be incredibly important. We saw how they reacted to Call of Duty, right? We know third-party is going to be just unbelievably important to PlayStation. But I just hope that they can get to a point, and again, this all hinges on this live service, man. It does. Because you have to imagine Sony has a contingency plan, right? Sony knows that their live service efforts could fail. At least you have to believe they're intelligent enough to have a backup plan, like a plan B. Okay, we went all in with live service. It didn't work. What now? That's what I want to know more than anything. I don't want to know what their plans are with live service because we already know that. The plan is have some successful live service games, make a bunch of money, don't have to worry anymore. And we can just keep doing what we do and grow outwardly that way, right? What's plan B? What happens if all these games you made all this time, your acquisition of Bungie, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't come together. What then? Do you just kind of take a step back and say, okay, we just got to we got to really rally behind our single player games even more so than we did before? I don't know. These are the questions that, frankly, if you think about it, this might be another reason why Jim Ryan retired, because these are questions that don't have simple answers. Like, I think Jim Ryan set PlayStation up for potential success, and now whoever's going to come in and take his place, they're the ones that have to worry about, is this going to succeed or not? Because if it doesn't, the person who takes over has to worry about, they have to make the decision, well, what do you do now? The previous CEO set you up for potential success. He was wrong. This failed. What do you do now? Because Jim Ryan will have nothing to do with that. I don't know, man. Jack says, if everyone thinks like you did, MBG, there wouldn't be innovations in the gaming industry. If this thing doesn't work, what then? Well, no, I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying there shouldn't be like a belief, right? Like, you have to believe in what you're doing. There has to be some kind of faith there, of course, to drive any successful endeavor. No doubt about it. But I guess I'm just saying, like, the thing with what's like the problem, I think, in this case is what Sony's doing here is not innovative. When Nintendo, when their back was against the wall, and Nintendo's back was really against the wall, like it was truly do or die, sink or swim for Nintendo after the Wii U. They innovated in a way that no one else was thinking about. And people love them for it. People were like, dude, this is insane. Like, I've never seen anything like this. And that was an idea born out of the pressure of needing to survive, but they went on to thrive. Sony was in a somewhat similar position with the PS3. Their back was against the wall and it was sink or swim. And this is why I'm saying it's like, I do worry about this live service endeavor, because when Sony's back was against the wall with the PS3, what did they do? They rallied behind first-party single-player games and the community. And it worked. Not only did the PS3 survive, but it eventually thrived and went on to sell 85, 86 million units, which is pretty good considering how bad of a start it was. And then we saw what happened with that same transition into the PS4. And I do worry that maybe Jim did mess things up a little bit. And maybe Hiroki Totoki is going to mess things up further, because this idea that Sony, let's be honest, the executives that are running PlayStation right now are obsessed with horizontal growth. And I don't know why. And no, I'm not. Look, the podcast, the stream today isn't going to be all doom and gloom. It's just, we have to ask these questions because, guys, it is a turbulent time for PlayStation. That's not me being doom and gloom. That is just the reality. And the reason why it's a turbulent time for PlayStation is because, look, the numbers don't lie. Yes. And what the numbers tell you right now is PlayStation's doing good, but that doesn't mean there aren't many things happening around those numbers that we need to consider. And the reason it's turbulent is because we don't have a roadmap. We have no idea what's going to happen with these live service games. Sony is losing more games as the generation goes on, while their competitor is eating them up. And Nintendo is about to release a much more competitive console in the console space because it's going to get third-party games. So when I say maybe turbulent isn't the word, it's not turbulent right now, but it's about to be. Things are about to get shaken up in a big way. And I think everybody knows that. I think everybody feels that. Spider-Man 2 is going to be amazing. And it's going to do incredible things for Sony. No doubt about it. Same for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But after Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, that's when, I don't know, man, that's when the real changes begin to occur. And I think that the fact we don't have a roadmap for PlayStation is literal confirmation of that. It is actual confirmation. Jim Ryan, is it any coincidence that Jim Ryan is also retiring at around the time the roadmap we currently know about PlayStation ends? It just seems like everything's kind of coalescing, coming together, and it's all going to converge at a singular point. And that point is March, April, May, June of next year. That time frame. That's when we're going to see, we're going to really understand, oh man, okay, so this is what's going to happen now. With Microsoft, with Sony, and with Nintendo. With all three. And that's why I'm just really I'm dying to know what is going. You know what I want Jason Schreier to do? I want Jason Schreier to go out there, please. He clearly has the means and the sources. Figure out what is going on internally at PlayStation Studios. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it in the middle? What's going on with these live service games? Because when I read, I apologize, I still haven't read this article, but when we read this article, you're going to realize that he's being pretty vague and not giving explicit details. And that's what drives me kind of nuts, because it's if there was ever a time where we could use some explicit details on what's going on with these live service games in these studios, this would be the time. Because things might be going swimmingly. They might be going fine. I don't know. What if Jim's final move is to show everyone his roadmap and PlayStation's in the next 4 years? That's a possibility. Yeah. It is kind of difficult for me to believe that the last Jim Ryan PlayStation showcase is the one we got in May. Because, man, that is going out with a whimper. That is genuinely going out with a whimper. I don't know. Maybe he's doing the next CEO a favor. All right. Let me see. We have 2 super chats from Josh. He says, MBG in IMAX. I'm tuning in on PSVR 2. Happy Sunday. When are we going to get your thoughts on Synapse? You know, it's hard to say, dude. I won't lie. I've fallen off of PSVR 2 a bit, but it's mainly because we have a season. We're entering the season where games are just going to be releasing like crazy. But I don't know. I won't lie to you. I don't have like this kind of itch to go play Synapse, even though I know it's apparently very good. I have to imagine it's a game I'll get to at some point. The next time I see myself diving deep into PlayStation VR 2, and yeah, Red Matter 2 is another one that I'm falling off the bandwagon here, man. I know. That to me is probably what's gonna get me to play Synapse, is the fact that it's very short. No, the money isn't wasted. To me, it does feel like an investment. Like straight up, seeing the release date or the release trailer for Resident Evil 4 Remake makes me feel great, because that is like really a killer app for me for PSVR 2. Resident Evil 4 Remake in its entirety in PSVR 2, that's a killer app for me personally. And I'm waiting for the next Astro game. I'm waiting to see what other first-party games Sony might be working on for VR 2. But yeah, a game like Synapse, it's another game that a lot of you guys have recommended to me. I heard Alvo is apparently really good too. Saying people pocket watch too much. No, it's like I said, man, to me it felt like an investment. It felt more like something that whether I end up getting addicted to it and playing it constantly, or it's just something I play periodically, it's something that Sony's going to support at minimum, I assume, for the remainder of the generation. And there are going to be first-party games that come out that I'm going to want to play. No doubt. But yeah, enjoy watching the stream on on your PSVR 2, man. I love it. All right, let me see here. We got, where are we? PS Gamer with a $5 super chat. Appreciate that, buddy. You're saying we need to be careful with the source of the Bloomberg report. It's coming from a person who always writes negative things about Sony, and they turned out not to be true. Well, so there is a reporter from Bloomberg, a Japanese reporter. I forget his name. That reporter who didn't write this article has an axe to grind with Sony, and I don't read reports from him anymore because it's just obvious he wants Sony to fail. And it's just weird that he is in this position where he's supposed to be a professional reporter for Bloomberg, and every article he puts out about Sony, it's just literally like, let me tell you why things are going horribly over there. It's like, okay. Sure. Jason Schreier, I do feel a lot of the things he reports on are not great, but at the same time, he usually is more objective about it, which is what I appreciate. You know, like he will try to get quotes directly from developers, and granted, it could just be a very small pool of developers, and it might not be at all representative of the wider studio culture, right? And how everybody else feels. They could be the outliers. But, you know, we have gotten some pretty critical information from Jason Schreier. The last piece of critical information we got from him is the confirmation that The Last of Us multiplayer ran into a roadblock because of Bungie basically evaluating it and coming to the conclusion that there are some concerns about the long-term viability of this game and player retention. And like we would have never known that, right? If it wasn't for that article, we would have, and maybe it would have been better off not knowing. But for me personally, it's like, that's the type of insight. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, if there's something actually bad going on, I would like to know. I know Sony doesn't want anybody to know. Obviously, they want to keep that stuff locked in tight. But as somebody who follows this stuff so closely, like, for example, right now, if multiple PlayStation studios are having serious development issues, I would want to know that, because I think that's important to know. Like, I think that it would not only give us it would give us some clarity, right? Like, oh, well, So this is why we don't have a roadmap, or maybe this is, maybe there's a connection between if studios are having a struggle and people's trepidation about live service. But yeah, I get it. Like Jason Schreier, I mean, he definitely has a personality that I don't think everybody likes, but I try to just view it from a more objective, like journalistic point of view. And that's what I think is interesting about this write-up from him, because I don't know. We're going to read this any minute now. And when we do, I'm going to have some things to say about it. That is true, Shelley, and we should point that out. You're saying that a few Naughty Dog developers have taken shots at Jason, Vinit, Sammy. I know I said Sammy. Heck, even Neil said not to trust all you read. It's all one-sided at the moment. No clue why Naughty Dog doesn't combat it. Yeah, and that is something we do have to recognize, is that, I did mention there might just be a few developers. Like, developers are people, right? And development teams are large, so there's a lot of people at these teams, and I'm sure not everybody's going to feel the same way about things. One person who got that feedback from Bungie and they have to change things up might be excited and be like, oh, well, they're probably right, and let's get this thing done and get it where it needs to be. Another person might be like, wow, like, I can't believe this is happening to our work. Like, we're Naughty Dog, we know what we're doing. I could totally understand that feeling. And what's interesting? I've seen quite a few people, and to me, this is it's such an interesting take, because it might be true. We don't know. We're going to find out. I've seen multiple people, quite a few actually, basically saying that the worst decision Sony ever made was buying Bungie. Like, that was like the single worst thing they've done for the PlayStation brand. And when I first heard people saying that, I was like, come on, what are you talking about? Like, that's fine. It's Bungie. They're a talented studio. People love Bungie. And then over the years, or not years, but pretty much ever since Sony bought Bungie, I've come across all these videos from people who are heavy Destiny 2 players, basically saying, like, Bungie sucks. Like, they're not good, man. Like, they know how to do one thing well, and that is they know how to make a good playing game. Like, they know how to make it feel good to play, but everything else they do is just, it's about exploiting their player base. And that deeply disturbs me, because these are not like fanboys, these are not like console warriors or anything. Like, these are people who play Destiny, and a lot of them are like, dude, these guys are they're the worst. And it makes me very concerned that, like, Jim Ryan, and this is where we do have to question Jim Ryan's decisions. This is why, look, I don't know if you guys have noticed, I'm not like defending Jim. I'm not celebrating the fact that he's going to be leaving, but I'm very much like, I'm not upset about it, because this is a new opportunity. This is a new beginning. And I really do wonder, like, if Jim did have like a knee-jerk reaction to buy Bungie in response to ABK, be like, we need to lock this in. Because what was so weird about Jim? Like, out of everything he's done as the PlayStation CEO, the one thing that I thought was so bizarre, because it's not what PlayStation has ever been known for, at least in maybe, I don't know, not in the past like 3 decades, or 2 decades, I mean. They just haven't been known for this. When he basically said that we bought Bungie for their expertise because let me basically paraphrase what he said. We don't know how to make live service multiplayer games. We don't know what we're doing. Bungie seem like experts. They seem like they know what they're doing. And you already know that Jim Ryan came to that conclusion from Bungie looking at the data. And the data says Bungie's making a shit ton of money, dude. They got a high player count and they're raking in the money. And it's so interesting to think about that, because, again, when I hear what these players, these like burned out players have to say about the game, it's never anything good. It's never any. I literally just watched a video about a person talking about how Destiny 2 is a drug, not a game. And I was like, there's just no way. That is highly disturbing to me because I'm trying to like just put all these pieces together, and I'm almost beginning to walk away with the conclusion that Jim Ryan came to the conclusion that the only way Sony's going to be able to combat these major acquisitions and loss of games on the platform is with live service titles. And so he knows that many live service titles fail, so maybe the best idea is let's make as many as we possibly can in the shortest time frame to give ourselves the highest chance of success. But we also don't know what we're doing because we don't make live service games. So let's buy these guys, because when I look at their charts, they make a ton of money. They have a large player base. They've been keeping this game, this series running for almost 10 years now. So let's see if we can get the deal done. And it's like, from a logical standpoint, it all makes sense. But for us, for the gamers, like for the people who actually know how this stuff works, like from the player's perspective, it all sounds terrifying because it's like, we just want good single player games and maybe a couple of multiplayer experiences, not like 12 live services. And as I'm saying this, Corey, the legend Landiga, he is not stopping today, folks. He drops 10 more memberships. Another 10 bomb. Guys, W in the chat. I want to see W's in the chat for Corey. He gifted 40 memberships today, guys. 40 memberships. That is massive. Dude, Corey, thank you so much, dude. Seriously, that support is just phenomenal. And it's a sight to behold, my friend. So let me update that. We are now sitting at 68 members. 68 members. We're so close to hitting the goal of 75, which is our second goal for the day, by the way. Very impressive, man. Very impressive. Corey, I got to give you another one of those, man, because you are you are doing the heavy lifting today. You are doing the heavy lifting today, and I very much appreciate it. What was I even saying? What was I saying? I think I was still talking about Bungie. So yeah, I do worry that the people who were saying that one of the worst things Sony ever did was purchase Bungie, something that will never feel good to me. Straight up, man. And I'm just going to be as brutally honest as I can right now. One of the things that really did not sit well with me when Jim Ryan announced that they acquired Bungie is they basically gave Bungie special privileges that no other PlayStation studio gets. And that really concerned me because it was almost like, these are the guys, man. It almost felt like ass kissing, where it's like, you guys are great. We love you. We care. We're prioritizing you, Bungie. Meanwhile, all these other studios underneath Sony that have been responsible for their success are kind of being like, and you guys just keep doing what you're doing. All right? You don't get any special privileges. You keep doing what you're doing. Maybe I'm being a bit too much right now, but that just really rubbed me the wrong way because it's like, I'm not a fan of that. I'm really not. I understand that it's like maybe you got to butter them up a little bit, and I get it. You want to get something for it's just very clear that Sony wants to extract something from Bungie. They want to use them, and because of that, they have to really butter them up. I get that, but it just, I don't know, man. Something about it just feels kind of gross to me because it's like, look, man, I know it's all business at the end of the day, but I just think there's something more respectable and honorable about about, like what if Sony decided, I understand that the chances of Sony failing with live service is much higher without Bungie's expertise. I understand that, but all right. Let me back up for a moment here. I want you to think about Naughty Dog. When you think about Naughty Dog as a studio, what comes to mind? Just some words to describe them. Oh, do I think Microsoft was trying to get Bungie as well? Yeah, they probably were. Saying polish, talent, greatness, The Last of Us, woke, question mark. I mean, maybe a little bit, yeah. Great, masterpiece, God tier. Uncharted, golf. I walked right into this one, guys. Polish. Now, I appreciate you guys answering me. The reason why I'm asking this is because, well, I'll tell you some of the things that come to mind for me. Quality. Time. Time is a word that comes to mind when I think of Naughty Dog because of the amount of time they spend on their game. Attention to detail. Detail itself is a word that comes to mind. Finished. A finished product. Right? These are just the things that I think of when I think of Naughty Dog. And we have bass kick kick slasher. Why was I saying bass? Bass kick slasher says, you know what? Here's a membership. Dude, I think this is your first time gifting a membership. I'm pretty sure he did it because he wanted us to sit at 69. I can see why he did that. I can see why you did that, man. But shout out to you, dude. Thank you for gifting a membership. It's always nice to see new people seemingly wanting to pay it forward and show support. So big shout out to you for that, man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, so we're at 69 memberships, guys. 69 memberships. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I want to ask you guys a second question. And this is a more basic question. It's a more yes or no answer. When we hear that Naughty Dog is making a big, dedicated, standalone multiplayer game, do you believe that in this endeavor, they are going to bring all of those things that they bring to the table for their single player games into their multiplayer? Are they going to approach it with the same type of quality first mentality, attention to detail, and just care? Do you think that Naughty Dog is likely to bring that same energy to their multiplayer game when they're developing it? I see one person saying no. I see a lot of people saying yes. My answer to that is absolutely yes, because they don't know any other way. That's the important thing. Naughty Dog doesn't know how to not make games that way. That's in their blood, essentially. That's what their studio is known for. What really disturbs me about the situation with Naughty Dog, their multiplayer game, and Jim Ryan's focus on Bungie and live service success with 10 different games. I do apologize for being very redundant. I do apologize for being a broken record, but it is something that I have to bring up again. We reacted to I think it was a GDC talk or was some kind of talk that somebody at Bungie gave. It was a higher up at Bungie, one of the higher up executives, basically explaining Bungie's philosophy to developing a live service game. And when we were watching this, it became abundantly clear that Bungie is the antithesis of Naughty Dog. That's what they are. They are the polar opposite of Naughty Dog. And before I continue, we have Paul Ganell. Paul Ganell, a longtime member, says he wants to pay it forward as well today, and he drops another membership. He brings us to 70 members. Guys, we are at 70 memberships today, which is huge. Absolutely huge. Thank you, guys. We have an amazing community. We are now just 5 memberships away from crushing our second goal of 75 members. Very, very impressive, guys. So, Paul, thank you so much, man.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for keeping the membership train going today. Capono, you're saying you want to see me excited about gaming, not down and out. I know, and that's going to come. It is. That's coming very soon. Trust me. With the amount of games that are getting ready to release, Spider-Man 2 is around the corner. The excitement will be there. I just feel like this is an appropriate time to have this conversation because of the situation with Jim Ryan and, you know, what we're learning from a little bit of what we're learning from Jason Schreier. So don't worry. The excitement will be there. Probably later on in the stream, actually. And Hellbound 1981. Dude, Hellbound. Another legend says, you know what? I want to be the one to drop 5 more membership gifts and crush our goal today. He does it. Guys, W's in the chat for Hellbound.
Thank you.
Absolutely love to see it, man. And since we're talking about Naughty Dog,
No matter what, you keep finding
I'm
something
going to update this goal. You guys continue to do it, man. Absolutely killing it today. So we're sitting at 75 memberships. That's a massive number. There we go. We hit 2 goals today. 2 goals. Thank you, guys. I don't know is saying make it 100. They won't crush it. I don't know is challenging you guys. Chris Beast, he's stepping up to the plate today. He says, you know what? I'm going to take this challenge on. Let's do it. Let's go from 75 to 80. Chris B, a longtime member. Chris, I've been noticing you're gifting a lot more lately, man, and I really do appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that, dude.
Thank you.
He drops 5
Appreciate
more
it.
membership gifts on us. He brings us up to 80 automatically. Can't even sit at that new goal for long. Thank you, guys. So 20 away. We're 20 away. I don't know. Says make it 150. Hanzo says make it 250. Yeah, dude, 250. Yeah. We've done it before. And as I'm saying that, Corey, the legend, says, let's do it now. You're going to challenge me? I'm going to do the lifting. You want to question me? That's what Corey says. He drops 20 more memberships. Oh, my God. Corey's going nuts today, dude. The legend lives up to the name. I have to update the goal already. We are now at 100 memberships, guys. That is massive. Absolutely massive. You crushed 3 goals today. And Corey has been doing some seriously heavy lifting. Really can't thank you guys enough for the support. It's amazing to see. Corey says, you questioning me? You can't question Corey, dude. Corey, he will destroy it every time. So thank you guys so much, though. That Kratos picture never fit better. Yeah, I don't want to look. I do apologize. I've been going on a lot today about memberships, but thank you guys so much for everybody who gifts, for everybody who shows their support. You know I couldn't do this without you. You know who you are. You know how much it means to me, and especially Corey. He's clearly the MVP today. And yeah, I'll use this opportunity before we continue this conversation. Guys, make sure you hit that like button. We're at 234 likes. I think we could definitely get to 250. It'd be very helpful. It helps a lot. Yeah, if you want to help grow this community, bring more people on board, take a second out of your time, hit that like button. Are we still on the first topic? We are. It's not a big deal that we're on the first topic, though, because truthfully, this is the topic that I have the most to say about, and I want to have the longest discussion on. The other topics we're going to cover are going to, they're going to have their time in the sun, but they're not going to be as extensive. Corey stopping donating every 5 minutes challenge. Impossible. Predator sound bites would be great. Stick around. If it bleeds, we can kill it. Get to the dude. The stick around one would actually be really good. What a great one-liner. What a great one. If you know, you know. All right. Let me refocus here. Where was I? Okay. So I just want to say this last thing before I continue here. I was mentioning Bungie and their philosophy and why it concerns me so greatly, because Bungie is actually the antithesis of Naughty Dog. Bungie says, do not over-deliver. Bungie says, quantity over quality. Bungie says it's okay to fail publicly. It's okay to release something that maybe isn't certainly over-delivering, but maybe not even fully finished. Maybe it's not as refined as it should be, and allow the community to help guide that, which, that one I could kind of understand for a live service game, but they just have this. Frankly, it sounds disgusting, is what it sounds like. I'm not like, maybe it sounds worse than it is, but I don't mind that that's Bungie's philosophy. Like, I have no problem with Bungie. That's the crazy thing about this conversation is I have no problem with Bungie, because it's like they're doing their thing. That works for them. I'm not going to question them. Like, they make good money. They have a successful live service game. They have players that keep returning. But what concerns me is the idea of Bungie being tasked with taking that expertise. We know what their philosophy behind their expertise is, and imposing that on a studio like Naughty Dog or others, where it's like, that's not even remotely in line with what these studios do, with how they operate. So cook up a plan and drop them in the meat grinder. I mean, damn, that is one way to put it. So it definitely concerns me, because I would have been okay, and I think a lot of PlayStation players would have been okay with this Naughty Dog multiplayer game, where maybe they say, yeah, it's a live service, but we're not going to put quantity over quality. We're not going to rush things out. We're not going to under-deliver purposely. We're going to focus on over-delivering. We're going to, it really does bother me, man. I won't lie. It worries me and it bothers me, because it makes me feel like this is possibly the worst thing that's ever happened to this industry, where philosophies like this are now at the top. Where, how do you make a successful game? Don't over-deliver. How do we make the most money? Just keep pumping out that content, man. Who cares if it's low quality? Who cares if it's just 100 skins that are basically all the same? They'll be back. This bothers me. This really bothers me, because I'm not saying it doesn't make sense for a live service game to have incremental updates. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense in some instances for a studio to not want to go crazy with an expansion. Like, you made this expansion so good that everything you do now will look bad in comparison. I understand that concept and that notion. But what bothers me the most about it is that I just feel like this is a philosophy that should be nowhere near PlayStation's internal studios, because this is not how they operate. Ghost of Tsushima Legends is the epitome of over-delivering. I can only imagine what Bungie must think of Ghost of Tsushima Legends. They're probably grilling Sucker Punch, being like, you guys could have monetized the hell out of this game. People love it. This is a great foundation. and you gave it out for free for anybody who bought the game. You should have made them pay for it. But that's the thing, is that's why people love Sucker Punch for that, because it's like, look at that. They didn't focus on the greed factor. They focused on, let's make sure this is a good thing that people enjoy playing. And you know what? Maybe that does serve as the foundation. And later on, you make a full-blown game out of it. Yeah, monetize it some more. I'm not opposed to supporting something that's worth it and feels good and fun to play. I have no problem giving developers and development teams money when I feel like they've earned my dollar. But that's what, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that a studio like Sucker Punch, when they said, let's do our first like real dedicated multiplayer experience. Now, it's not going to have the biggest scope or scale, but it's going to be something we give out for free for everybody who bought our game. And you can tell they want it to prove something. And they just had this kind of fire where it's like, we want to show people that we can make a great, fun multiplayer experience. We want people to have fun. We want them to enjoy what we made. And they over-delivered. They absolutely over-delivered. But you know what that gains? You know what over-delivering gains you? It gains you something that you can't put a price on. It gains you respect. It gains you loyalty. And this is what bothers me. The relationship between the player bases and these big, live service games, it seems like it's not about loyalty or respect. It's about keeping you on the hook. And that's what disturbs me about maybe Jim Ryan's approach to live service games. The approach of, we need this expertise. What is their expertise? Keeping people addicted and on the hook. And I understand from a bottom line money-making perspective, yeah, maybe that is the most efficient way. But maybe look at your own studios. Look at PlayStation Studios. What have they done that you can't put a price on, that we've talked about for years now? They've earned loyalty. They've earned the goodwill. They've earned the respect of the player base to a degree in which like Sucker Punch, for example, you better believe whatever their next game is after what they did with Ghost of Tsushima, we'll be there no matter what, right? It's like that meme. I'll be there no matter what. And especially the people who played Ghost of Tsushima Legends and realized, oh my God, this is incredible. How did they do this? We'll be there day one. And they didn't achieve that by keeping people on the hook and drip feeding and trying to get people addicted to something. They did it by creating something out of passion and putting a quality first mentality at the forefront. So I guess I'm just going on this kind of tangent here because I almost worry that this is exactly what Naughty Dog did with their multiplayer game. That there's too much here. You guys put so much attention to detail. You over-delivered. I'm telling you, Naughty Dog over-delivered with their multiplayer game. I promise you they did. They've been working on this thing for friggin' 4 years now. This Naughty Dog, man. This isn't some unproven studio. They've been working on this thing for 4 years, and Bungie walks in with their don't over-deliver philosophy, and they say, we're concerned about the long-term retention. Maybe you should cut that stuff out because you're giving them everything at once. You're giving them everything at once. You could dole that out over the next year. I wouldn't be surprised, man. I would not be surprised if that's exactly what's happening. And that is the part that concerns me the most about this live service endeavor. Because I'm not saying it couldn't work. It could. Again, there's a reason why Bungie is successful. This stuff does work. But to me, that's not what PlayStation Studios is. PlayStation Studios is not the words that come to mind are not addicting, quantity, constant updates, bare minimum. rinse and repeat. I mean, maybe rinse and repeat for some people if you get tired of sequels and whatnot, but quality, trying to over deliver. You're saying this is nonsense and I'm clueless? Well, I won't lie. There is a part of me that is clueless when it comes to Bungie, and it's that I don't play Destiny. So from that perspective, I don't mean to offend anybody too. Like, I want to make it clear, like, I'm not trying to offend Destiny players. I don't have a problem with, like, because maybe some people do love that. I don't think there's any right or wrong way to play and enjoy a game. And when I talk like this, I understand that it comes off that way. I'm just speaking from the perspective of PlayStation Studios, where I would like to see them bring, like, I don't know, I guess a part of me, maybe this will help better explain what I'm trying to communicate. A part of me, I think, is hopeful that Sony can do something in the live service space that hasn't been really done yet, or done as well or as much. And that is, you take your quality first approach, you prove to people that you can have a very successful live service game that isn't focused on constantly keeping people on the hook like every month, like just straight up keeping them addicted, but rather keeping them excited for the quality factor that you bring to the table every time. I guess a part of me almost hoped, and maybe I guess I can still hold on to that hope because we haven't seen yet, but I just really wanted to believe and think to myself, like, imagine if they took that. Imagine if they turned and they said, we're going to take the opposite approach with our philosophy. Quality over quantity. Try to over-deliver every time. Imagine that. That would be, I think, much more exciting for their live service games. The majority want quality fun. Yeah, I guess that's what it all boils down to. MBG, unfortunately, live service players will not wait for these updates, as any game that doesn't have enough content immediately dies. You need constant updates for live service. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is true. I do notice when you look at the top 10 most played games on PlayStation, there are always certain games that are constantly there. Like, they never leave the top 10. And the one thing that they all have in common is they just absolutely dump content. Like, anything is content, and they just are always, like, every other day, like, here's this update, here you go, here's another thing, here's another skin, pumped out another skin, go buy our skin or whatever. It's like, oh my God, like, it's I don't know. It can be to me, it can be very underwhelming. Like, I guess I'm trying to, like, I want to understand the psychology of it. Like, what keeps people coming back to that, knowing that the updates are so minuscule? Is it like, maybe it's like a habit? I guess it's like a routine. I guess humans are kind of, we're creatures of habit. So I guess maybe that speaks to it. Josh, you're saying, oh, damn. Happy birthday, MBG. Go fart dust, my guy. Thank you for that, Josh. I'm sorry I'm late to your super chat there. And I have a couple more chats here. Orange, a member for 5 months, says, happy birthday, MBG. You got to play Gravity Rush at some point. Gravity Rush 2 is one of my favorite PS4 exclusives from Sony. And I think you will like it after Final Fantasy VII. I've heard really good things about Gravity Rush. There's a lot of very passionate Gravity Rush fans. Don't know if I'll ever get around to playing it, but again, I always try to remain open-minded and leave the door open. And Corey Landiga gave a super chat, and he says, it's like Nintendo saw this coming 1,000 kms away. Yeah, I mean, you do have to wonder if Nintendo was, in a way, preparing for the industry to shift as it is now. Antonio, you're saying MBG is talking out of his ass again. Dude, the games as a service that succeed are not at all getting minuscule updates. Well, yeah, so that's where I do want to try to be open-minded. And for some reason, Jay Shako, bro, I get it. Jay Shako is trying to be on top of it. It's all good, man. It's all good. His message wasn't, I didn't take offense to it. It's fine. It is worth noting that I don't play many of these live service games. I do play some, and I don't know, man. I guess it just comes down to. I guess it comes down to what matters to the player base and what the player base considers like a quality update and quality content. I am a fan of grinding in games at times. There are frequently times I enjoy grinding in games, and I totally understand the idea of like caring about skins. I feel like skins in games, like whether it's a character skin, like a weapon skin or something, I totally understand the psychology behind that because I frequently, when I play certain games, I do like grinding for stuff. I guess it's just for me, I have to try to maybe, I don't know, maybe it is for me, maybe I would be better off trying to reposition my stance here and kind of recondition myself or be prepared to recondition myself in that the PlayStation like quality, like first in terms of like ultra refinement, attention to detail, that's going to come from their single player games. But when it comes to their multiplayer, it's a new day and age, man. It's a new day and age. It's people have different expectations with multiplayer games now. The writing is on the wall in that these are the successful multiplayer games. This is what they do. Maybe it would be better for me to try to just let go of whatever my expectation is for a successful multiplayer game and be more open-minded to seeing, I don't know, maybe, look, man, I will look at this from the other perspective. I know I'm being very negative. Let me take another perspective here. Maybe Bungie is right. Maybe Naughty Dog would have made a big splash for like a month or two. And after that, everybody would have just left. And their game would have failed. Maybe that is what would have happened. And maybe Bungie saw that coming a mile away. And they said, look, you may not like it. And it may go against your development instincts because you're so used to making single player games. But this is what you got to do. Because you know what's going to happen? After 2 months, when some people start to leave and you start to see your numbers dipping, boom, you put this out, bring those numbers right back to where they were or even higher. So maybe they are right. I mean, I do want to say that I have my thoughts, obviously, but I'm always open to being wrong, to being maybe not fully understanding, because the truth is, obviously, I am not Bungie. I do not know what it's like to have a successful live service game. I don't know what it's like to run a live service game. I have no idea how to do these things. And for all I know, my idea of what if you did just focus on quality first updates for your game, for all I know, in 2023, that's basically a guaranteed way to kill your game, right? If you're trying to make a live service, like that's how you kill it. And maybe that doesn't make sense to me because it's like, wait, so you're telling me the live service player base, they don't want like quality updates? They do, but if they take too long, it won't matter to them. Maybe that really is the message. And keep in mind, when I say quality, I understand it's subjective. Like somebody was saying that these updates, they're not minuscule, they are quality. Maybe my idea, what I would consider a quality update, I don't know. Maybe in the mind of a live service player or a more casual live service player, that doesn't matter to them as much. It's interesting stuff to think about. Henry 3K, member for 5 months, says, how are you, MBG? I'm doing well, thank you. I personally did not have any problem with Jim besides the lack of communication. Hopefully we get a CEO who plays more games than Jim. I couldn't agree more. Henry. I understand that maybe I've gotten a little bit annoying over the years with Jim Ryan being the CEO saying, I wish Sony would communicate more. I wish Sony would do this and do that. And I would get feedback from people where they say, well, dude, like, look, man, they're not really worried about content creators. They're just worried about running their business. And I understand that. I do. But I guess I've always just felt that there could be more balance here. And that is my hope with a new CEO. My hope is that the next CEO, I was really thinking about this. Jim Ryan is an older guy. We established in our last stream that he's 63 years old. And I was thinking, like, he was one of two things. Jim Ryan was either out of touch or he just didn't care. And what I mean by this is Jim Ryan either did see what people were saying on the internet, in the comments, on the blog post, everywhere. Jim Ryan was always getting negative feedback, like consistently, all over the internet. So he either did see this and just basically said, yeah, I don't give a fuck. Cry all you want. I'm running my business. Almost like a Chad, right? A Giga Chad, Jim Ryan, like, I don't care. I'm going to do this. It was either that or, and I think this is the more likely option, him being a 63-year-old guy with no social media presence, he just didn't know. Straight up. I know that sounds impossible to a degree. Like, some people maybe are like, how could he not know? But dude, think about it. Very busy CEO, schedule that's probably insane. He's an older guy. He's not really involved on social media. He may truly have just been out of touch in that he had no clue all of the memes, all of the backlash, all of this stuff. And truthfully, every month he would review the numbers and the numbers would say, people still love PlayStation and you're doing something right. Everything's going up. And he just slept at night totally peacefully, being like, I'm good at my job. I mean, I really thought about this, and it's actually kind of funny to think that, man, that would be a total Giga Chad move where you're just not even aware. Like, you don't even know. Yeah, cope and see the Jim Ryan. That is so funny, man. But I was really thinking about this because I saw some people were saying Eric Limpel is probably the most likely person to become the next CEO. And Eric Limpel, he is, let me see here real quick. I want to make sure I get his job title right. So I'm on his LinkedIn profile. Really? They want me to solve a puzzle to go on this? Hold on. I got to solve this puzzle, guys. Okay. I've proven I'm human. There we go. All right. So Eric Limpel, he looks like a younger guy. He is the senior vice president, head of worldwide marketing sales, business operations, and consumer experience. And he's heavily involved with PlayStation. Like, he has a major role within PlayStation. And he's been with the company, I believe, since like the early 2000s. Now, when I look at this guy, he looks like he's in his late 30s, maybe early 40s. He actually looks like he's in his 30s. He doesn't look that old at all. I'm pretty sure this guy, it's really interesting. Head of worldwide marketing. Is Eric Limpel the one responsible for Sony's marketing? The reason why I'm bringing this up is because a lot of people are saying this guy might be the most likely candidate to be the CEO of PlayStation. And automatically, I would be fascinated to get somebody like Eric Limpel simply because he's younger. And I have to imagine he might be way more in touch, dude. He might not be. But he might be way more in touch with the more social side of the community. And that, I think, is what we need. I have no doubt that whoever Sony gets to run PlayStation next is going to be business oriented. They have to be. You do not get into a position of a CEO if you're not, at least for a company like Sony and their biggest brand like PlayStation. You have to be very business oriented. You have to have a vision, and that has to align with what the higher ups at Sony want. I mean, Hiroki Totoki is going to be the interim CEO. He says he's obsessed with growth. So if somebody comes in and says, I think we should cool it down on the growth factor, I don't think that person's going to get the job as CEO. But my hope is that somebody will get in there that doesn't seem out of touch with the community. That can basically, I'm not saying I want an executive that's going to bullshit me and blow smoke. I don't want that. I don't. But I would like a CEO that when they're going to make the hard business decisions is smart enough and in touch enough to know a portion of the community is going to be really pissed off. We should try to do something to mitigate that. Or, make it so that we're acknowledging them to some degree. Because that, to me, that is the worst thing that Jim Ryan has done as the CEO, is he literally acted as if the core PlayStation community didn't exist. And maybe in his world it didn't. If he's, very business oriented, out of touch, maybe it didn't. But I guess I just want, people could say what they want about Phil Spencer. Phil at least, Phil knows. He has his finger on the pulse, man. Phil knows that there's a very vocal, rabid, avid community, and he clearly gives the green light to his marketing teams, involve them, pay attention to them. They'll evangelize us. You know what I mean? That is kind of funny to think about, because it's like, dude, the Xbox fans love that. They do. Even though sometimes it can be a little bit cringe, it always is, but it's like they love it, man. I mean, let's face it, PlayStation was a little bit cringe during the PS4 generation, but that's part of it. It's because it's like, it's not a natural thing necessarily for a businessman who's running a multi-billion-dollar corporation to behave as if he is, I'm one of you guys. Of course we know you're not fully, you're involved in business meetings, you're seeing a whole other side of the industry that none of us are even privy to. But it at least creates a kind of bridge that allows for better communication. And that to me is something that with Jim Ryan, there was no bridge. There was nothing. It's just, we're on a fucking island and we're just waiting for a blog post and praying for a showcase. And even at the showcase, when we finally saw the showcase, we're like, what? Like, we're sitting there waiting for the boat to arrive so we can all get on and leave this island finally. And instead, what shows up is a fucking little buoy. It's like, what are we supposed to do with this? Don't you just love my my metaphors and my analogies? But yeah, I'm right there with you, Henry 3K. One of the biggest things I am hopeful for with a new, and it's not just from a creator standpoint as well, because somebody left a comment on my last stream, and what was really weird about this comment is it seemed truthful. I actually want to find it. I want to read this comment to you guys. Give me one moment while I find it, because I think it gives us some vital information. So it was on my last stream. I can't read that name. This person left a comment 19 hours ago. They said, I'm in a couple of PS5 groups on Facebook with thousands of members. Even the casuals are like, where's the games? What's coming? It's real. Even casuals know something is not right with PlayStation. Like that. See, that comment really stuck with me because that is fascinating. I'm not in a group with thousands of random PS5 owners. We have an enthusiast group here. People who, are very deeply interested in the brand on a deeper level. The idea that just random people who are just gaming on PS5 and join these groups are just like, dude, what games are coming, man? Like, what's going on? And they're actually asking questions. That tells me a lot. That tells me that there is a severe communication problem with Sony. or at least PlayStation. That's what it confirms to me, that there's something very wrong with the communication aspect when even the casuals are starting to ask these questions, because they're the last people to be asking those questions. And I'm not saying it's like worrisome, like, oh no, but it really is like, to me, it confirms what I'm saying, in that I think Jim Ryan, even though he was very good for the business in growing it and keeping things going up and breaking records, and that's all great, I really think Jim Ryan did damage on the communication side year in and year out. Like, he consistently, like every year, it was like, okay, what's the drama surrounding what something Jim Ryan said now? What did he say now? What did he say this time? And every year it's like he says something. And it's just like, it's getting kind of spooky up in here, All right. Pragmaticat, you're saying, all shucks, guys. Don't be so gloomy. There's nothing we can't overcome with the power of friendship. Absolutely. I agree, Pragmaticat. No, look, I don't know. Do you guys think I'm being overly negative? Maybe I am a little bit, but I don't know. I just feel like these are very relevant topics right now to discuss in depth, because, like, if you want to know my opinion, because I guess I have been a little negative. If you were to ask me, MBG, are you hopeful about the next PlayStation CEO? My answer is yes. I am very hopeful. I am. I fully anticipate that there will be future decisions made by Sony that I may question and maybe won't be too happy with, or maybe even some things they do that I'm like, wow, that's really not great at all. But I am actually very hopeful, because it just feels like a fresh start. I don't want to say like a fresh start, but with a new CEO comes a whole new vision and a whole new philosophy and a whole new everything. Unless we get somebody that's just like, I'm going to be Jim Ryan 2.0, which would be weird, but maybe not the most surprising. But I am hopeful that, we will get somebody, just knowing that it's something new, it's someone brand new. We don't know. It's kind of like when Sean Layden first became CEO. Like, when Sean Layden first became CEO, people didn't really know what to expect. It's like, this guy could be horrible. And people very quickly found out, like, we love this guy. Right? I mean, that's how these things go. It's a mixed bag. It's like pulling the lever in slot machine and saying, what are we going to get? And it's like opening a pack of Pokemon cards, hoping to get that really rare card, that coveted card. I don't know if it's like that. I don't do that. Do people still do that? I think that's still a popular thing, right? Saying, as a content creator, you want good stuff to talk about with Sony PlayStation. Well, obviously the answer to that's yes, but what's weird is, like, there is stuff. Like, I saw, there was, who is this channel? I forget the name of this channel, but there was this channel covering Spider-Man 2, and they, like, would make a video hyping up the start screen, because Insomniac officially revealed the start screen of Spider-Man 2. And, like, I'm like, why would you make a dedicated video to that? And who would be excited about that? Right? Like, I mean, like, that excited. Like, yeah, that's cool. That's nice to see. But, and then, like, his video's blowing up, and I'm like, what? And I was like inspecting their channel, and they were like covering every single Spider-Man 2 thing that, like, I mean, the littlest thing. And, like, it just get a fuck ton of views. And I'm like, am I missing something here? And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's good. I mean, like, yeah, let's be hyped for Spider-Man 2. But that just kind of, like, was weird to me, because I guess it's just, I don't know. I wouldn't have thought to do that. Like, make a dedicated video about the title screen of Spider-Man 2, I would automatically assume like that video's not going to do well because that's not like that a big it's not a big deal in my opinion. Like I feel like maybe some people would be interested, but there's no way like that's going to get, you know, tens of thousands of views. And I'm like seeing somebody, well, granted, I think that person had way more subscribers. Yeah, I think that's his name, Caboose. And it's no offense towards him. Like, hey man, dude, it's working. Keep doing it. I would, you know? But that just really did surprise me where it's like there are different angles at which people are talking about something PlayStation related. Granted, the focus is mainly on Spider-Man itself and not PlayStation, but it's just fascinating to me, you know, because it tells me that they're just, I don't know, man, everybody has different angles with how they cover things. And some things, you know, everybody has their own different energy, their own different opinions, and their own different way of presenting things. And I don't know, I guess for me, it was really during like the way Sony handled the PlayStation 5 in 2020, something happened to where like I was just aligned with the way they were marketing this console and talking about it. And I don't know, it just, like that was actually an instance where I remember I was covering every little minuscule thing about it. And there were things I was covering that it was like getting way more views than I ever would have thought. And I'm like, I don't know this is working. I don't know why or how, but even just some things that Sony's talking about when it comes to the PS5 that you would think are just so minuscule and almost irrelevant, it matters a great deal to a large group of people. And I feel like that, I don't know, after that, it kind of shifted where now, I don't know, it's just not that way anymore. I don't know why. I see that positivity in the chat. Dark days are coming. Oh man. Dark days are coming. I mean, look, I know I've been somewhat negative, but I'm not there yet, man. I don't think dark days are coming. Great days could be coming. I will be optimistic until I'm given a reason to not be. Y'all fear-mongering? A little bit, yeah. A little bit. Kevin agrees, though. I mean, dark days could be coming. Reminds me of that song, Soundgarden, Black Days. I'm gonna dedicate that song to PlayStation 3 years from now. Fell on Black Days, guys. So thank you for the chat, Pragmatic Cat. Hanzo, member for 4 months, says, number 1, blessings to you and the family. Thank you, man. I very much appreciate that. He says, number 2, blessings to the community. Appreciate that as well. Number 3, as it's OCT, favorite horror films, horror characters, and favorite horror games. So yeah, October. Good questions. Favorite horror films. I mean, a film that always comes to mind. It's one of my favorites just because it was like way scarier than I expected it to be, and it's a more modern film. But the first Sinister. The second I heard was really bad. I didn't even watch it. But the first Sinister, I remember I actually bought that on Blu-ray and I watched it with my wife, and I was expecting just like an okay horror film that only was, you know, a couple jump scares, but it was genuinely really good. I was like, wow, this is a great horror movie, like way better than I expected, and I still have it. I mean, one of my favorites, and it's a classic. And I don't watch it that often. It's not like a movie I watch yearly, but it's just such a classic. And it's mainly because of Jack Nicholson's performance. It's The Shining. I mean, there's something just so deeply disturbing about that movie. And it's like especially like as like the further we get from it, like as it ages, something about it becomes even creepier. Hereditary was a good one too. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I was not prepared for that beginning. God, I hate how I hate how bad I am at like off the top of my head questions, because I know there are just so many. Oh, you know, a movie that I watched, and this isn't like a horror movie per se. It's actually more like an artsy fartsy type movie, but it freaked me out because it's like, this is so I gotta make sure I'm getting the title of this movie right. No, that's not the name of the movie, is it? I gotta hold on. What is? Oh, okay, yeah, I was close. So it's this movie called A Ghost Story. Have you guys ever watched this? It's with Casey Affleck, and this movie freaked me out because it's not like it's like a different type of horror. It's like a psychological thing where it is a really, like you're saying, it was trash. I mean, it's a slow movie. I could see how anybody watching it would think it's very boring, but it's more like it just kind of messes with your mind a little bit. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend that if you're looking for like traditional scary horror movies, but that movie kind of stuck with me a little bit because I was like, damn, that movie gets you thinking. I love the Insidious movies. There's a lot, man. I love horror movies, and that's why I kind of love October. I mean, they're not movies, but the Mike Flanagan series. There's The Haunting of Hill House. What was the Midnight Mass? Those were really good. I really enjoyed those. So, have I seen The Descent? I have. That was pretty good. Very claustrophobic. So yeah, there's a lot of good horror movies. And you're saying my favorite horror characters. I mean, I feel like some of the obvious ones are from like Resident Evil, of course. You know, like Leon. I've always liked Leon. Jill Valentine. Obviously, I think of James Sunderland. You know what's weird is when I think of horror characters, I mean, I'm thinking of like the Survivor aspect. I don't know why my mind immediately goes to the Survivor aspect, but I think Leatherface has always scared me the most. Leatherface. I mean, there are many like horror characters that freak me out. I mean, like talking about Silent Hill, like I always thought Pyramid Head was deeply disturbing. But in a more, I don't know, something about Leatherface just always as a child like scared the living shit out of me. And as an adult, I don't necessarily feel the same way, but like, I don't know, man. There's just something so terrifying about Leatherface. I remember I saw I don't remember which Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie it was, but I think it came out in like the early 2000s. I went to the movie theater to watch it, dude. I was not ready. I was not ready to watch this movie because it really fucked me up. And I was like, I just wasn't ready. And I think it was 2003. Is that when it came out? I don't even know if it was a good movie. All I know is it absolutely shook me. And I don't know why I was so freaked out by it. You know what I think did it? It was because when I was watching, I was like, this could be so real. Like this could actually happen. And there's like, it just freaked me out. And I remember seeing him like putting them on the meat hook. And I was just like, I can't do this. And from that day forward, I don't know why I was just so freaked out by Leatherface. And then when I looked into to the story, because I think that's one of the things that really disturbed me about Leatherface and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is they would always say based on a true story, based on a true story. So I'm out here as a kid thinking, oh my God, this shit is real. I was like, there's this maniac with a chainsaw. And it's like when you actually, yeah, I play Dead by Daylight now. When I look into the real story, it's like, it's way overly dramatic. It's just like it's a severely dramatized version of an otherwise just disturbing story, but not really anywhere near as crazy as, you know, they get with the movies. Who would have thought? So, favorite horror game. I mean, it's a toss-up, man. I've played more Resident Evil than I played Silent Hill, but Silent Hill has had a much bigger impact on me. Like, it's difficult for me not to say Silent Hill because Silent Hill it's had like a deep psychological impact. that the Resident Evil games just never did. And I'm trying to think if there's like any horror games that, I mean, yeah, PT obviously. Oh yeah, PT. God, PT is disturbing. I mean, it has to, for me. I have to give it to Silent Hill. I think that's why I'm so excited about Silent Hill 2, because I don't know, I'm always kind of attracted to psychological horror. You know, horror that is a lot of times focused on the human mind and the human condition, because it's like the realest thing to me. At least as I got older. Which Silent Hill games have I played? I basically played all the main lines. Silent Hill 1, unfortunately, like I never actually got to complete the whole thing. The other mainline games I had played up until the fourth one. And after that, I actually totally fell off of Silent Hill for the longest time. And it was just kind of a situation where it just felt like the series was kind of over at that point. And I saw some of the other things that they did, and they just didn't appeal to me. I'm like, you know, I don't know. I feel like the golden age of Silent Hill's over. And even with the fourth one was good, but the fourth one freaked me out in a different way. Like, I found the fourth game, I think, more disturbing than other people. Oh yeah, dude. You want to talk about Outlast? Yes. See, this is what I mean. Like, these are games that you think would come. I don't know what's wrong with my memory, but Outlast is probably my favorite horror game, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Just because I never played something that terrifying. Like, Silent Hill was psychologically terrifying, and from that perspective, it's my favorite. But Outlast, in terms of sheer, like, we're gonna scare the fuck out of you. Like, you're gonna struggle to complete this game. That game actually got my adrenaline pumping a lot, and so, shout out to Outlast, man. That was, they need to make now. That would be an insane VR game. Outlast 1. Oh my god. So yeah, a lot of great stuff out there, man. These are questions that I'd have to think deeply about, and I'd have to kind of search my mind, because I know I have a little quick story. Talk about horror games. I remember, I think I was like 8 years old, around that age. I remember my cousin got this game. It was Fatal Frame. And I don't know if it was the first Fatal Frame. It was for PS2. And I remember it was around Halloween, and he liked to play horror. At that time, I didn't like to play horror games. Like, I always tried to play Resident Evil and these Silent Hill games, and I always really struggled because they scared me too much. It wasn't until I got like a little bit older that found it much easier to play them. But I remember he got this game, Fatal Frame, and dude, I don't know. I was like a very scared child for some reason. I don't know why. I think my grandmother, she always watched horror films and stuff when she watched me growing up, and I think it just fucked me up. I think it just made me like a jumpy child, like a very scared child. And I remember my cousin got this game, Fatal Frame, and I was not ready, man. Like, he started playing it, I was fucking shook. I don't know what it was about this game. I think it was my first time experiencing like anything, like where this was a game where you really couldn't actually fight or anything. Like, you had the camera. And I just remember being deeply, deeply disturbed by this game, to the point where after watching him play it for a little while, like I remember I went home that night. I just like couldn't sleep, and I'm like, I never want to see that game again. And it's so funny because for many years I always thought to myself like that it was the scariest game I've ever seen. And then as I got older, I look back and I look at the game and I'm like, okay, that's scary, but it's not. Like, I don't know why I was so freaked out by it. But yeah. Man, I don't think my grandmother desensitized me. I think she actually traumatized me. Rest in peace, Graham. But yeah, she loved horror movies, man. It was her favorite thing, and I was just always exposed to all this stuff, and I was like, this makes me feel not great. But Damn. So good. I appreciate the questions, Hanzo. Definitely took the stream into a different direction. Yeah, Fred, I've heard about that movie. That was so weird to me because it's like, wait, is this a movie? or did this really happen? That's pretty creepy. Oh, also really quick, I want to give a shout out to what was that movie? Smile. Didn't have the best ending, but that movie Smile, I will say, for the majority of me watching it, had me on the hook. It was a pretty good movie. The ending I think kind of fell apart a little bit, but it was still good. I enjoyed the journey, I guess you could say. It was an interesting premise for sure. All right. Let's see here. We got Echo Spearsy, a member for 4 months, says Bluebox Hassan is PlayStation CEO confirmed. Hey man, I'd love to see that. I'd be totally on board. I'd be Hassan Karaman as PlayStation CEO. I'm telling you, dude, look, I know Bluebox still lives in the minds of some people here. I'm telling you, the day's gonna come where Kojima's gonna admit to it. He's gonna admit to it. He's gonna be like, yeah, that was me. I made people too angry. I couldn't admit it at the time. I'd get canceled. It was me. I'm telling you. And it's gonna be looked back as like a social experiment or some shit. So weird. Yeah, that suffering was amazing. We'll never forget that. Have Aaron Yogurt here. Sorry I'm taking so long to get these super chats. I do apologize, guys. Aaron Yogurt says, happy birthday, MBG. All the best. Do you plan to play Cyberpunk at some point? Well, thank you for the birthday wishes. Right now, I have no plans to play Cyberpunk. It's weird because it's one of those games where I see everybody getting so into it and I see it getting so much praise, but I don't know. I don't feel like a strong pull. I don't feel like a strong pull to play Cyberpunk. I have nothing against it at this point. Like, I'm actually really happy to see that so many people are so happy with it. It's one of these games where if I ever do decide to play Cyberpunk, it'll just come out of nowhere. There are just some games for some reason where they'll be considered like masterpieces and really good and like must-play games, and I'll just be like, yeah, maybe one day, and then it could be a year later, it could be many years later. At some point, it's just like, okay, yeah, I'll play it. I don't know. Sometimes I do never play games, and Cyberpunk could be one of those games, but we'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. Okay, Kapapa, you're saying Destiny is better than ever, and they make a huge amount of good content and story. See, okay, Kapapa, I'm glad you say that because it's nice to hear the other side. You know, I oftentimes wonder if the problem with coming across all this content on the internet about, let me tell you why this thing is bad, it can sometimes, it can influence you and paint a certain picture where it's like, wow, it must be pretty bad. I mean, I'm listening to what this guy's saying and it all makes sense and it all sounds pretty bad. But it's like you don't really hear anything good. You don't hear the other side. And I think the reason for that is because most of the people on the other side are busy enjoying the thing. And I'm just saying I am a believer in, you know, in the data to an extent. Not like I don't want to say it's always the be all end all, but it is very important. Like the data tells you something that an opinion will not. And that is, it's just a cold, hard, unfeeling fact. And the cold, hard fact of the matter is Destiny is incredibly successful. It's like, so I could sit here and I could say whatever I want about Bungie. I could say whatever I want about Destiny, whatever I want about live service games, but it works. And then I think maybe sometimes when you look at that and like you're faced with the cold hard fact that people love this game and it's not going anywhere and it's incredibly successful. People who don't want to hear that or believe that, I think maybe it then falls to, well, then there's something wrong with the player base, right? Like this is the gamer's fault. Like people don't know what's good anymore, or people are too accepting, or people are sheep, or so on and so forth. And it's like, I can never get that cynical. I mean, I can. Who am I kidding? I can get that cynical. I try not to. Because it's like, it's not, this world is not about me. I'm not at the center of it. You know? So it's like, if there's something that's very popular, very, you know, and the data tells you like people really like this and they're continually giving money to it, and I'm on the outside, it might just have to eventually, you know, sometimes I have to try to put my own ego aside and realize that maybe this isn't that bad. It's just not for me, you know? And I think sometimes that's something we all kind of struggle with because, you know, we have a tendency to internalize a lot of things and put ourselves at the center of things when in reality it's like, well, you're just one person among millions that are at the center of this thing. And many of those millions of people may actually really like it. I mean, that's why when I look at GTA Online, I look at the sports games, I look at Call of Duty and Fortnite, and a lot of it, some of it I do understand, but a lot of it, I really am like, I think a lot of people on the outside tend to form like groups, or, you know, it's like like-mindedness where it's like, man, these games suck. Yeah, they do suck. This is ruining the industry. Yeah, this is ruining the industry. But like, meanwhile, there's like millions of people that are just like smiling and having fun and enjoying it. And I don't know, to me, I can only take that so far. I can only take it so far because you have to think for yourself. But you have to also understand that when you think for yourself, if you come to certain conclusions, such as, for example, like with mobile games, I think mobile games are just really bad. Like, I think they're really bad for the gaming industry, and I don't see, like, you could never convince me that they're a good thing. And I'm not saying they should necessarily be wiped off the face of the earth, but it's just, I view them as a bad thing. Like, they're just not good. They don't lead to anything good. It's like, but look at these people here. Look at these millions of people with their phones and their iPads, and they're smiling and they're getting some kind of enjoyment out of it. Does that not mean anything? And it's like, well, you know, you have to consider other factors, such as, okay, those people that are playing these games on their phone and smiling and enjoying it, what does gaming really mean to them? Well, I mean, it doesn't mean that much. It's just a little thing they do sometimes to just kill time on their phone. Oh, okay. Well, then I don't feel good about it. I can accept that because that is a reality. Again, I can accept the fact of the matter that there are people who love these games, but I do care about the gaming industry, and I do care about the depth of it. And what bothers me at times is to see that depth can become non-existent, and it can be as shallow as a puddle. It can become as wide as an ocean and as shallow as a puddle. And it becomes that because there are basically two things at the forefront: corporate greed and a player base that lacks passion of any kind. But it's not my place to determine that that's wrong. That's the key factor here. Because all I'm doing is projecting my own desire. I desire less corporate greed. I desire people who are just super casual and don't care about this industry other than to just play some mobile games to care more. But it's like, who am I to tell these people how they should feel about something? How they should live, you know? Is it wrong? Maybe. I mean, I'm sure anything when taken too far can become wrong. Yeah. But it's interesting to I try to be open-minded like this because I have to accept, and this is more of just like this is almost like a philosophical approach, but I have no choice but to accept that my feelings on certain things don't matter They are what they are, and they're not going to change. Not for me anyway. And so it would be better to just look at it, accept it, say, this is what it is, and I'm going to move on to something else, And I guess it kind of comes down to the whole idea of why spend time focused on things you don't like when you can just as easily find things you do like and spend your time focusing on that, put your energy into that. It just can be difficult, though, because I think where things get kind of murky is we see things transform in front of us. We see things change, things that we once really enjoyed and loved. And I think that's why it's hard for people to let go. It's like, I imagine most of these people that make these videos on Destiny and Bungie, these are people that once loved the game and then just it changed over time. It garnered a new player base and they ended up kind of walking away from it and saying, you guys are changing too much. This isn't what it once was. But then at that point, you really have to ask yourself, what doesn't change? What doesn't? I mean, I feel like at some point, everybody kind of runs into that roadblock where it's like, for me, it's like with Call of Duty, right? Like Call of Duty changed at some point along the way. And I just it was just in my face. It was like, this just isn't the same anymore. But I also changed. And I see that there's just like millions of people that still love Call of Duty, like in the way that I used to, but I just don't have that same passion for it anymore. I can't get the same feeling out of it. And for a long time there, I was like, Call of Duty sucks. Call of Duty sucks. And I think a lot of people do feel that way. But now I realize it's not that Call of Duty sucks. It's just, it's not what it was for you. It changed. And you're just, to you, Call of Duty is something different. What made Call of Duty great is something that doesn't make it great today. It's different for people. So maybe this is just, now that I'm 30 years old, it's just my age talking now, where it's like, I've been involved with video games long enough to see dramatic, major shifts from things that I once loved and liked to just kind of seeing, well, maybe you're not going to like it now, and, or maybe you can like it in a different way. Punished MBG. Yeah. We've reached the Metal Gear Solid 5, the Phantom Pain arc of my gaming, career here. Punished MBG. Yeah, I mean, like Halo's maybe a different scenario, right? Because I feel like I think Halo is an example of a game that, their fan base obviously got older, and they had to decide, are we going to try to appeal to that fan base and basically keep who we have? Or are we going to try to appeal to a new modern, contemporary fan base? And if we don't nail that, risk losing who we do have. And I think that they got kind of caught in the middle with Halo, where, there was just a lack of vision maybe, or lack of commitment to one or the other. I could be wrong about that. That's just my outside looking in assessment. PlayStation Pete, you're saying only 3 more trophies to Platinum MK1. MBG for PlayStation CEO. Yeah, make me PlayStation CEO. I don't know. I don't know what I'll do, but I like to think I'll do something good. My number one focus is on communication with the fan base. Proceeds to see the worst sales year for PS5 in history. Oh man. Yeah, that's probably what would happen too. Let me see here. PlayStation Pete, I just want to say, talking about Mortal Kombat 1, that's what I've been playing. I've been utterly addicted to Mortal Kombat 1, and I need 2 more trophies. I'm right there with you. Right now, I am grinding the trophy to get 5 cameo characters to level 15. I think I'm almost 3 characters in, and I need 2 more. And the grinding is crazy. Like, it's too much. But I really want to get this platinum. And then, like I talked to you about PlayStation Pete, the last trophy I think is going to activate at the end of October. Did I try Foam Stars? Unironically, it's really fun. I didn't try it yet. I didn't. No, I I don't know, man. I went to go watch some gameplay again, and I'm like, maybe this is the funnest game ever. There's just something about it. I just can't bring myself to play it. I just don't think I can do it, man. I can't overlook the aesthetic. It's like a game that I would be ashamed to say I like if I did like it. So it's like I don't even want to try. I can't know if I like it if I don't play it. So I don't have to worry about feeling the shame of enjoying Foam Stars. That's just the reality, man. There's just something about it. Something about it that is I just can't bring myself to do it. Yeah, for those who don't know, Shems, apparently the is it a beta? I think. Yeah, it's a beta that's live now. That would be such a funny stream, though. We're going to play Foam Stars. Loper42, you're saying a live service game has different goals and expectations than a single player game. Naughty Dog does have live service experience. I guess you're right in that they do have live service experience in keeping games like Uncharted 4 multiplayer and The Last of Us multiplayer going on for years. And I guess it's interesting because when I watched that video, it did also point out that Naughty Dog did make some mistakes with those games that the fan bases were not really too happy with. You know what? Let me try to be a little bit more positive here. If these live service games end up being good, or even just a couple of them end up actually being pretty good, like my hope is that by the year 2025, we're going to be coming back to these streams on a weekly basis, talking about the latest update for The Last of Us multiplayer, or, Ghost of Tsushima Online or something like that. Or maybe even Concord if it's good or something. And you know what the ironic part about this is I've been sitting here talking about how much I want PlayStation's communication to change and be better. I want them to communicate more. It's incredibly ironic that all these live service games, that's what they have to do. Like, they have to communicate with the fan base on a near weekly basis, certainly a monthly basis. Like, they have to constantly communicate. And it is interesting to think that I might get exactly what I'm asking for, just in a completely different way that I wasn't expecting, where if this Last of Us multiplayer game does come out and I really like it, Naughty Dog might come out and say, like, yeah, we're going to be giving you, like, updates, not like game updates, but just updates on what we're doing, our plans, and we're basically going to communicate with you on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. And that would kind of be cool for me, because it's like, well, the idea of hearing from Naughty Dog like every other week is pretty cool. Like, that's, we would go from hearing from them like once every like 6 months to once every 2 weeks. And granted, it's not going to be about like their single player game. I understand that. But if I guess it all hinges on if I enjoy the game or not. I guess that's really what it hinges on, because I can tell you right now, that sounds pretty great to me. If they make a really, what are they going to say every week? I don't know. Maybe not every week, but at least once a month, I would assume. If they make a really fun multiplayer game that I kind of become addicted, I don't say addicted to, but I just like want to keep playing. I'm like, I love this. That sounds pretty great to me. Like, I would welcome them communicating, every couple of weeks or so, and be very interested to hear, okay, like, what do you have to say? Like, what's the update? What's the scoop here? That would be pretty cool. And not only as a content creator, but just as a player in general. And maybe that would make, dude, it's also worth noting, maybe this would make it a lot easier for Sony to be kind of more quiet and be like, okay, like, we're not going to necessarily give you weekly or monthly updates on our single player games, because they're going to take a while. Instead, you'll get constant updates for these live service games and updates from the studios. And maybe that's not anywhere near as exciting, but I guess I'm saying it could ultimately help to, during those really quiet periods, it could help with communication with the fan base in general. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. I mean, you're saying Dead by Daylight is pretty much a live service. No, Dead by Daylight is one of the more successful live service games out there. And you know what's crazy, dude, is like the Dead by Daylight community does get me excited for some of these live service games from PlayStation. Because if there's something that the Dead by Daylight community has proven to me is that, dude, these things can take on a life of their own. And maybe it's the same way for Destiny, where it becomes a living thing itself. Like the game is the platform. And I mean, there's like that content creator, Ots Darva, shout out to him. And I think he's like the most famous Dead by Daylight content creator, and he streams, but he makes dedicated videos. And it's like, it's just so fascinating to me to see like all of the different, like how deep it can go, I guess. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess you're saying the Dead by Daylight community is super toxic. Dude, I'll be honest, what community isn't in terms of a competitive live service game? I'm serious. What competitive live service game community isn't toxic? But then again, I don't know, I kind of keep to myself. I'm just saying, like, the fact that maybe there is a lot of toxicity, but there's a passion there. That's what I'm trying to highlight, is I can tell, like, dude, these players are passionate, man. Like they really are. And not all of them, but the ones that really care a lot. And I know something about that, you know, like I know what that feels like to just really care and have that kind of passion where you care about this game and you care about where it's headed and what's going on. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see if we see something. I guess I'm saying something like that could bloom in the PlayStation community, where I feel like these communities have already existed in the past around Killzone, around The Last of Us multiplayer, the original factions, around maybe Uncharted multiplayer, maybe Starhawk, right? Like people talk about SOCOM. These communities did exist, but they never really grew. You know, they passed a certain threshold and they slowly just kind of shrunk over time. Yeah, Resistance, until they just disappeared. I just love the idea of this already existed at certain moments for PlayStation, but it was never able to grow and really become a sustainable thing. And with these live service games, we could begin to see that for PlayStation for the first time ever. Saying it's because the PS3 wasn't very popular. That could be it. I would also just argue that live service games weren't really a thing during that era. When Sony was pushing for multiplayer, live service wasn't really a thing. These were like standalone multiplayer games and communities, and it's completely evolved and transformed since then. Fred ADHD Vance, he says, 4 games from China Hero Project may be rolling out in fiscal year 24. Convaleria, Q1. I think I know that game. Isn't that like looter shooter? AI Limit, Q1 2024. Lost Souls Aside, Q2 2024. Evotinction. I hate that name. Evotinction. Is that how you say that? Q3 2024. Yeah, these are games that I think are kind of flying under the radar, Fred. But you're absolutely correct in that they could be major launches at some point throughout next year. Definitely games you want to keep in mind. I think Lost Soul Aside is the game that has the most hype behind it because it's very Final Fantasy-esque. Trying to think about these other titles. I mean, Convaleria, it looks like it might have potential. These other ones I have to look into more, though. AI Limit, I've never heard of that. Evotinction, I feel like I've heard of that game, but I have to look into it deeper. So, yeah, good call out, Fred. Can't forget about the China Hero Project. The Genius 200X, you're saying favorite this past gen was Autopsy of Jane Doe. Yes. Talking about horror movies for a moment here. I did see that, Autopsy of Jane Doe. That was a very good movie. I totally forgot about that. I saw that a while ago. Yeah, top tier horror movie. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Watched that with my wife. This is what I mean. These are movies that I've seen that I almost need to be reminded that I've seen these movies. Gaming Survivor, member for 5 months, says there isn't much games can do to surprise me anymore. Innovation is also slowed compared to the 90s and 2000s era, which set high expectations. Yeah, I guess that's just the reality of, like I said, just the gaming industry becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. And the more people that get involved, the more things we're going to see. I mean, I feel like the last major, which I'm really trying to think about this, the last major, I don't know that innovation is the right word, because it doesn't feel like an innovation, but at the time I think it basically was, because people were like, oh my God, this is brand new, even though it's a thing that existed previously. Like, we've never talking about Battle Royale. Like, I feel like Battle Royale was the last real, like, it just consumed everything, which I think wasn't a good thing, but it was like, it was the newest, freshest thing in the gaming industry, and everybody was chasing it. And it was a trend. It was, because now, all right. I've gotten, this stream has been 50-50. 50% I feel like I've been on track, on point. The other 50% not so much. I say this, I'm kind of saying this to myself right now, because I have yet to read this freaking Jason Schreier article. So I'm going to do that. I really do apologize. I should have read this article literally an hour and a half ago, probably even 2 hours ago at this point. I just want to get this last chat from JC 2013. Member for 9 months. You're saying, I'm telling you, MBG, play Madison. Yes, I have to get around to playing that at some point. MBG, it's just a normal stream, says Devil Shooter. I know, Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter, I'm looking forward to your shorts, man. Like I said, I would like, and I apologize because I know you went out of your way to look. Devil Shooter, whenever you construct those shorts, try to keep it mainly PlayStation focused, because I feel like people already clip me enough and make shorts on me talking about Microsoft and stuff out of context. I'm looking to keep it mainly PlayStation focused. So I look forward to that, man. All right, I'm going to read this article now. Okay? I know Gaming Survivor. I know it's not going anywhere, but the reason why I want to read it is because I think it'll be a good endpoint to this entire conversation, because we do have other topics we're going to discuss. So here we go. Jason Schreier from Bloomberg. His article is titled "Why PlayStation Fans Are Cheering the CEO's Departure." Why gamers hated PlayStation's boss. Jeez. Starting off strong here. Video game enthusiasts don't normally care too much about executive shuffling. But news this week of the retirement of Jim Ryan, the boss of Sony's PlayStation, evoked an odd reaction from gamers. Ruckus cheering, if I'm saying that word correctly. When I broke the news of Ryan's departure Wednesday afternoon, I was mildly surprised to see a barrage of celebratory gifs and memes from PlayStation fans declaring that they were thrilled to see him go. After all, he oversaw the successful launch of the PlayStation 5 and the release of hit games such as God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Forbidden West. Wasn't he doing a decent job? Yet Ryan's 4-year tenure was also marred by controversy, in part because of his tendency to lift up his foot and insert it into his mouth. I love the way that was written. Ryan, a marketing guy who started at... That's ironic that he's a market... Wait, he started as a marketing guy? What? Jim Ryan, a marketing guy who started at Sony in 1994, worked in various roles across the organization, mostly in Europe, before taking the role of president in 2019. In contrast to previous faces of PlayStation, such as the serene Sean Layden and the video game-loving Shuhei Yoshida, Ryan came off to many fans as a slick corporate businessman. That is, when he wasn't racking up embarrassing gaffes. Is that how you say that? Yeah. I'm having trouble with my pronunciation today, guys, in case you can't tell, so bear with me. At one point, he infuriated retro game fans and preservationists by saying that old PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 games looked ancient, Like, why would anybody play this? Another time, while touting the company's accomplishments in Europe and Asia, Ryan claimed that, quote, people had never played games before PlayStation in the Middle East, end quote, which was false. Perhaps the biggest flub came in, okay. Oh, geez. Of course, this article is going to get political. I'm just going to skip it. Of course, leave it. See, this is why. This is why right here. Because this is why people don't like. I'm skipping over it. We don't need to talk about fucking politics. Jesus. I'm trying to talk about fucking PlayStation CEO here. Communication mistakes aside, Jim Ryan's 4-year tenure as boss of PlayStation had mixed results. The PS5 had sold more than 40 million units, more than double the rival Xbox, if not quite as rapid as the previous PlayStation 4. The console was hampered for years due to COVID-related supply issues that have now mostly abated. It has seen a handful of well-received exclusives such as Demon's Souls and Final Fantasy XVI. Although it still doesn't even feel like the next generation of video games has really started, despite the fact that we're 3 years in, the console is undoubtedly a success. But over the last 2 years, Jim Ryan has overseen a PlayStation shift towards games as a service, a popular industry buzzword referring to video games, usually multiplayer, that can be monetized over long periods of time. It's been an uncomfortable pivot for some of Sony studios, which have spent the last decade building out teams of experienced developers to make big cinematic adventure games that are played solo. These single-player blockbusters are still in the works, and one Spider-Man 2 will come to PS5 in just a few weeks, but Sony's stable of game studios such as Naughty Dog, Insomniac, and Guerrilla Games have also been working on multiplayer service games with mixed levels of success. Most have not been revealed yet. Some have been canceled or overhauled, such as an online game based on The Last of Us. See, I wish he would elaborate more there. Like, what? Who said the game was completely overhauled or canceled? I mean, I don't know. He was the one who broke the article, so I guess. Anyway, game development teams that spend years working together tend to cultivate a certain style, often making a drastic pivot from a familiar genre to something brand new can have disastrous results. Just ask the developers of Anthem. Games as a service are particularly difficult to create as they require a formula that gets gamers to consistently play over long periods of time, which is a very different ask than a single story. Early last year, Jim Ryan helmed Sony's acquisition of Destiny maker Bungie, one of the top service games developed in the world, in hopes of accelerating this pivot. But it took Bungie decades to develop the teams, technology, and production pipelines that have made Destiny successful. And even so, they had serious growing pains along the way. Even Bungie's expertise has not yet been able to turn PlayStation Studios into a service game factory. A few years ago, service games were the hottest thing in the industry, but now even the sensation Fortnite isn't making as much money as it once did. This bet on multiplayer games may not pay off the way Ryan and his team had once hoped. Now, with Ryan on his way out, there are a lot of questions to ask about the strategic future of PlayStation. Some insiders are worried about the company's lack of coherent vision, with its seemingly misplaced bets on service games, niche VR headsets, and a baffling machine called the PlayStation Portal that allows players to play PS5 games on the go, but only streaming from your home PS5 via Wi-Fi. It's not clear yet who will succeed Ryan, but whoever it is, they will have a tough task on their hands, and that's before trying to avoid the ire of video game fans. So, yeah, the ending part of this article, I think, is where things get very interesting. Guys, by the way, before I continue to talk about this, take a second out of your time, hit that like button. I know we can do it, guys. We're at 300 likes. We have over 420 people here. Crush that like button. Send me the signal that you enjoy the streams, that you want more of these streams, and it helps out a lot. So really appreciate it if everybody could do that for me. But yeah, I feel like the second part of this article is where things get, really interesting with what Jason Schreier is saying. There are two things in particular that Jason Schreier said that really, I don't know, man. He doesn't elaborate as to whether or not this is like inside information he had. The first thing is he said that, some studios are struggling with this pivot. It's not a word. With this pivot to live service. Really wish he would have given more. Like maybe he was just referring to Naughty Dog. He does name drop them, but he makes it sound like other studios are struggling, and he almost insinuates that he has and maybe he'll save it for an article for another time. Maybe he's trying to milk this, but I would love to know more about that. He also insinuates there's this one part he says here. Where is it? Some insiders are worried about the company's lack of coherent vision. With its seemingly misplaced bets on service games, niche VR headsets, and a baffling machine called the PS Portal. Who are these in? Like, is that who's saying that? Like, I don't know if he's just talking about himself, but I would like to know who these insiders are that are saying this, and if they could elaborate, because it's like this article does paint a picture that PlayStation is experiencing turbulence, that, you know, that they are on a bumpy road right now. It's not smooth sailing. Like, they don't know what to do, or if what they're doing now is going to work with these live service games. I get it. Do you know there's, what can I or anyone else say to this article? Nothing. I cannot bring up an argument. The only argument I could make is one of faith, where, well, I have faith PlayStation will be just fine. And I'm sure they will, mostly. But I can't sit here and point to anything to say that any of this is wrong. Right? Like, we haven't seen these live service games. Maybe we haven't seen them because they are struggling to develop them. We don't have a roadmap. I don't know what Sony's vision is right now. They haven't really communicated. And it all is ending with... It's kind of funny because it's ending on a high and low note at the same time. The high note is Spider-Man 2. The low note is PlayStation CEO announcing his retirement with no replacement after putting on what fans considered the worst showcase ever, or one of the worst. So it's like, I don't know what to make of it. You're saying no offense, MBG, but Xbox, bad news you pushed out without someone being specified from Jason. Wouldn't say it's needed here, to be honest. Well, so my whole thing with this is I am assuming we're going to get more information from Jason Schreier. I could be wrong, but I am assuming this is his way of kind of hinting that he's going to start doing some digging, or he already has, and we're going to get more information later. I would be surprised if we didn't, because this is, some things are being left very ambiguous here. Like this article kind of reads like, well, we know Jason Schreier's an insider. He breaks stories and he's writing some of these paragraphs as if he has more insight into it, but he's not sharing it yet. Yeah, there really is no reference point. So I'm hoping we get more information from Jason. That would be very insightful, I think helpful to the PlayStation fan base. But I guess this is just a good endpoint for this entire conversation, because here's the truth when it comes to PlayStation's live service focus. At the beginning of this stream, I articulated a conversation or a viewpoint that explained why Sony, why Jim Ryan specifically, views live service as the future for PlayStation in terms of how do we survive, how do we thrive. But the truth of this live service endeavor from Sony is it is either going to be the best or worst thing they ever do. And that's just the truth. They're a lot of times I don't really view things as like black and white like that with situations regarding gaming because it's just like there's more to it. But when it comes to these live service games, considering how aggressive Sony's being with them, it is black and white. It's either going to be the best or worst thing they ever do. Because think about it. You have 10 games in development or more, probably more we don't even know about. You're tasking some of your most, your most talented studios with making live service games when they're known for single player games. You're buying studios that are unproven. Haven, Firewalk. You're buying studios that are unproven for their live service games, knowing that your fan base did not ask for these games. And there is no roadmap. So it clearly tells you like they're placing all their bets on this. And if it fails, it's going to do more damage to the PlayStation brand than I think anything ever has. Not because, like, not from a perception standpoint, like, oh, we hate Jim Ryan has already, you could argue, already done perceptive damage to the brand. But I'm talking actual, like, it will hurt their bottom line because you're talking about an unbelievable amount of wasted time and resources, money, the most vital things in the gaming, in game development could all just be flushed down the drain if this fails, if this endeavor fails. Do you know what I think is fucked up about Sony doing this with the live service? And I say this as somebody who tries to be optimistic. And again, I know that there's a very heavy theme of negativity here, but I got to just be real and brutally honest. Like I said, I think is fucked up is that Sony knows, and Jim Ryan said this in his unredacted Q&A that we covered a couple streams ago. He straight up said, we don't need or expect all of these games to be successful. I get it. You're trying to give yourself the best chance, the best shot. But it fucking sucks knowing that that's the mentality behind this, knowing that there are going to be games that come out and flop hard as hell and are going to get laughed at, are going to get just decimated with the PlayStation Studios label on it and disappear. And Sony's just like, well, we can cross that one off the list. On to the next one. That sucks. Like that is not something I can advocate for because I just feel like that, I don't know, that shotgun approach is quite, it's just because that like, I saw this comment from somebody recently and they were like, dude, PlayStation is a mess right now. And of course people are going to defend that and be like, no, they're not. But like, they're not a mess right now. But with what's about to happen with this live service push, they could become a mess very quickly. And I don't know. I guess coming back full circle here. I'm gonna come back full circle. Saying I'm too negative, maybe I am, but I guess it's just because it's like I'd rather be prepared for the worst in this case. Like, I'd rather go in ready for this thing to blow up. So that way when it does, it's like, well, can't say I didn't see that coming. I feel like, look, when we see these games, I have a lack of confidence. When we see these games, because Sony's going to have to show these games. Like, they literally have to. They're going to have to show gameplay and let us know this is what the game is. That could turn everything around. If they show these games and they look good and they look quality and they look fun, it's like, well, shit, I'm ready. Let's go. But right now, we have CG trailers. We have insider reports. We have a CEO retiring. And we have all we have left is Spider-Man. We have Spider-Man 2. So it's like, maybe I am being needlessly negative, But I guess I'm just basically bringing to right now, there's just a lack of confidence, not in Sony's single player. I know that they have single player games, and I don't like that's not going to change. Like I said, like at the very least, I take solace in the fact that for every live service game that may flop, like Sony will still have single player games being produced, and those will be the games we gravitate towards. Saying, look at the comments on FairGames trailer on YouTube. It's a bloodbath. Let's go check that out really quick. FairGames trailer the FairGames trailer only has 180,000 views. Oh my god, dude. PlayStation's YouTube channel has 15 million subscribers. That's not good. All right, let's read the top comments on FairGames. Thanks to all of our players, but we're unfortunately ending support. 1 year later vibes to it. Shit, dude. You can take the devs out of Ubisoft, but you can't take the Ubisoft out of the devs. That's a great comment. Oh man, that's great. Next comment. I'm 100% sure this game will have Forspoken level of dialogue. God damn, taking a shot at, dude, these comments are wild. Taking a shot at Forspoken for literally no reason. That's kind of funny. Next comment. When will marketing teams learn that it's better to not waste development budget on a CGI trailer that means nothing when you can wait and show us what the game actually plays like? Yes. There's a reason why that comment is the most upvoted. Next up, I'm going to be rooting for the rich people. Next comment, eat the rich gamers. Just ignore the fact that we showed our game in a mega corporation sizzle reel presentation. Pay us $70. Oh my god, dude. You're right. This is a bloodbath. Holy shit, these are bad. There's not a single positive comment here. Another comment says, I'm almost 40, but even I'm getting how do you do fellow kids vibes. Oh man, another comment. PlayStation showcases and state of plays always have the one game that magically misses the mark. This is it. Congratulations. Another person says, I have yet to see a scenario where a gang of diverse high schoolers fighting the corporations is not cringe. Eat the rich makes the game $70. When will these companies realize that not every game has to have some type of PvP component? We're on PlayStation for its single-player narrative games, not this kind of thing we've already seen 1,000 times everywhere. Dude, somebody said Jim Ryan wanted his own Redfall. Oh my god. Dude, these comments are brutal. These comments are absolutely brutal. I thought you were maybe exaggerating with how bad it was. I thought there was going to be at least some positivity, but man, there is nothing. So the most positive comment I've seen here is somebody says reminds me of Watch Dogs 2 Showdown mode. This comment has 0 upvotes, but they say, wow, what a stylish game. What cute, cool characters and excellent animation. The best thing I've seen in years. Okay. This person says this game looks almost exactly like Hyenas, which is already an alpha and just got canceled, by the way. Oh, man. Another comment with over 400 upvotes. I did not ask for this from a PlayStation studio. This looks like a mid Ubisoft game. Man, you really got to start to wonder. I won't lie. I am starting to wonder if Jim Ryan's live service push, because I'm telling you, so many people have told me, they're like, dude, Jim Ryan did not leave on his own. Like, he was asked to step down. So I think I read a comment from somebody saying like he was asked to jump or he was going to get pushed. And I don't know, man. It's like I'm trying. I think there's this kind of disconnect to a degree with everything that has happened this year to where we are now in this announcement. It's like it's easy to really forget, but the truth is, man, like, I really want you guys to think back to that showcase and the level of disappointment. I mean, Sony was getting laughed at, dude. Like they were straight up getting laughed at and dragged. And I'm not trying to say that there's something wrong with anybody who enjoyed that showcase, but there was just, it really was bad. It was a bad time for PlayStation fans. You waited like a year and a half, and that showcase, the only new games you saw from Sony Studios were CG trailers for live service games from new studios. Is bad. Like it's like I'll be blunt. That's as bad as it gets. And Spider-Man 2 was really the only thing that saved it. You know, I'm not necessarily, it's not about trying to be negative for no reason. It's just, I really think that right now, the future of PlayStation is in limbo. Straight up. Yeah, I almost ripped my wig off in rage. And I'm not saying that as in, like, I'm trying to fearmonger, like, guys, you can't enjoy your PS5s. And you can't be excited about anything PlayStation's doing. I don't mean it like that. No, I just mean that right now, there is clearly a major transition happening internally at Sony. And we really just do not know what is happening and what's going to happen. And this to me is going to be a thorn in the side of the PlayStation community for who knows how long. I mean, Jim Ryan's not stepping down until March 2024. Here's a question I have. Knowing he's not retiring until March of next year, a lot of people seem to believe that he is getting fired, like they asked him to resign and step down. Here's how you'll know if that's true. If we don't hear anything announcement-wise, like any major, if we don't hear anything from Jim Ryan between now and March, you'll know that's your sign he was asked to resign. Like he's not actually doing anything anymore. He's just chilling at home, and they just have to, you know, let it the course, just let him do his thing, or you know, be on the team, I guess you could say, until March. Or maybe just as they're trying to search for a new CEO. I doubt that's true. Like that would be very surprising. But I guess I'm saying if he wasn't asked to step down, that means he still has between now and March of next year to make critical decisions, to do work inside of PlayStation and change things and make those choices. So if he really is going to retire, and he wasn't fired, we could see a situation where he is about to rapid fire make some even more significant decisions. So that way he can really, like, I guess, condense some of the things that he was maybe going to do over the course of the generation, but try to like speed them up a bit. This is why I'm saying it's going to be an interesting couple of months, because if we just hear radio silence, Jim's just disappeared. Like we don't hear from him. There's no shows. There's nothing. And he just kind of leaves in March. And it's like, okay, see ya. You know, like that's the day it happens. Then that will confirm to me that I think maybe he was asked to step down. Maybe he did get fired in a way, but we won't know. We have to see what the coming months holds. And I don't know, man. It's just, it is a little bit frustrating. It's not that serious. You know, I'm looking forward to Spider-Man 2. I'm going to enjoy that game as much as everybody else. I'm looking forward to Helldivers 2. I'm looking forward to Final Fantasy. I'm looking forward to all these third-party games, but I don't think any core PlayStation fan can deny right now, the hardcore fans, I don't think any hardcore PlayStation fan can deny that there's just this kind of looming uncertainty with the entirety of PlayStation that it just remains. It's been here all year. We got a showcase. It literally made things worse, not better. And we got a state of play and it didn't change anything, right? Like it's the state of play was nice, but it didn't answer any questions. And that, I think, is why when I read this Jason Schreier article, I really am fixated on this line where he says some insiders are worried about the company's lack of a coherent vision. What does that sound like to you? That sounds like the past 12 months for PlayStation. A lack of a coherent vision. We have one major question right now. The major question that PlayStation fans have is what's next? What's the next year? What's the remainder of this generation? What is the future of PlayStation? And there's nothing, there's no answer. It's just radio silence. That's it. It's just silence. There is no answer. So I'm not saying I necessarily fully believe that there's a lack of coherent vision at Sony, but what are we expecting from this new CEO? Whenever we get a new CEO for PlayStation, what are we expecting? I think we can all agree we're expecting a new vision. We're expecting somebody to come in and explain, this is what we're going to do now. This is our path forward. I feel like Jim, he didn't explain anything. He just did it. And I think that's why so many PlayStation fans were like, what? Hold on, what? Think about it. Jim came in and he's like, yeah, put that game on PC. He didn't give a flying fuck to turn to the PlayStation fanbase and say, hey, we know you love your exclusives and you're totally used to just all these games being exclusive. They're going to PC. He didn't even say that. He just did it. And after the fact, we were told, like, you know, anytime Herman Holst or Jim Ryan would talk in an interview, you could tell they felt like they had to like baby us, or they're like, and you know, we're still gonna keep them exclusive for a while and give it a year or two. And even when they talk about the single player games, like, yeah, we're still gonna make the single player games. And a lot of people were just like, you know, you're saying it, but it just doesn't feel true. It just doesn't feel like you're telling the truth. It feels like you're just saying it because you feel like you have to. And I don't know, man. I guess I just seem so lost in my own conversation right now, in my own thoughts, because I would like to know something, anything. Can somebody tell us anything about PlayStation? Can Naughty Dog tell us anything about their game? Can an insider give us some insight into did Jim Ryan actually retire, or was he asked to leave? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's the nature of these things. They take time. If anything's going to be undone, it's going to take time to undo it. If anything's going to, if these things are going to continue, these live service games, if they're not going to get canceled, they're still going to need time to be finished and to be worked on. And so, yeah, I don't mean to, again, I didn't mean for this episode of the stream to be so, I didn't mean for it to be so negative. You're saying this is content creator MBG talking. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, dude, is it's like, I don't know. I would just like to get to a different space, to a different area with the PlayStation community that feels like it's not in some kind of cloudy. I feel like we're in Silent Hill, bro. Straight up. Like there's just fog everywhere and you don't know where the hell you're going or what you're looking at. And you just got to walk forward and just take things as they come. Like I feel like that's PlayStation right now. PlayStation is the ultimate conclusion of my conversation, of my topic. PlayStation is Silent Hill. And that's it. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's actually way longer than a TED Talk should be. I've been a real Debbie Downer. Well, you know what? Let's shift gears and let's get positive. All right? And actually, as I'm saying this, Mark Loven says Silent Hill transmission this month. Possibly, man. Hey, I may be negative right now, but you know what? I'm hopeful there might be another State of Play. I think Kojima leaked it accidentally. I do. I think his assistant leaked it. I mean, there's no denying, man. There's no denying. If you look at that picture, it seems like, yeah, the word state of play were right there. And who knows? Maybe we're going to get a state of play this month. Sony wants to show off a little bit more. Maybe they want to do it in an effort to, keep fans feeling good as they can with all the uncertainty. We need to see Silent Hill 2 remake. But, I will say this, even if we don't get that, the idea of Konami doing another Silent Hill transmission, I mean, they did do it last October. This would be a great time for them to do it again. It's been a whole year. You have to imagine they made some significant progress with the games they announced. Maybe they have even more to announce. I'd love to see it, man. I'd love to see it. The Zombie Fanatic, you're saying, MBG, what do you think about Kaz Hirai? I don't know. I wasn't really paying too much attention to the PlayStation brand in such, in that way. Wasn't paying close attention to it to know. I know a lot of people apparently really liked him. I know there was like that famous fake Kaz Hirai account, which is pretty funny. So I don't know. Honestly, I don't really have an opinion on Kaz Hirai because I just wasn't around for his, wasn't paying attention during his tenure. Gaming Survivor says everything will be fine. No, well, I think it will be too. I do. I think everything will be good. It's just, like I said, it's a transitional period, and I think because of that, there's always a little bit of uncertainty. But something we are certain about, something I am certain about, is Spider-Man 2 is going to be great, man. And Insomniac is out here letting us know, be careful for when it comes to spoilers, because as they said it themselves, they packed a lot of surprises in this game. A lot of surprises, which I love to hear, man, because I've been speculating for some time now that Spider-Man 2 was going to have some serious surprises that I think it'll be remembered for. Josh with another super chat says, come on, MBG, we are getting an Insomniac Games Wolverine. Like we're living the absolute dream, bro. If Daredevil shows up in Spider-Man 2, call me an ambulance. I know. Look, I have my concerns. I have my reservations, but I also have things that I do know, right? Such as Spider-Man 2 will be great. Dude, I don't care what anybody says. Helldivers 2 looks fun, man. When it comes to me personally gaming, all I'm really asking for, because I know I make it sound, I know that there's a lot of doom and gloom out there. A lot of people that are going to tell you, man, PlayStation sucks. PlayStation is done. PlayStation fanboys desperate. Look, I get it. But all I'm actually really asking for is more games from Sony, because I know that they got the games. Like, I know they're making games. We all know they're making games. They are making a lot of games. And we're just asking to see these games. So that way, while we play the games that they deliver and we're enjoying them, when we take a break from those games, we get to look off into the distance at the games that are coming and say, oh my God, I can't wait till that gets here too. But you are right, man. Insomniac Wolverine, we are living the dream. We are. And I did come across a leak recently. Now, to me, this was not even a little bit surprising. Like I didn't even flinch. I'm like, yeah, of course. But apparently there was this developer, like this industry veteran developer, that a bunch of games leaked out on their ArtStation profile. Like they accidentally, I think, revealed a bunch of games that they weren't supposed to. And one of the games that was on there was Ghost of Tsushima 2. And it was pretty much the closest thing we've gotten to like official confirmation. Like, yeah, this game. But you see, I didn't even flinch. Because like, of course they're making a Ghost of Tsushima 2. They'd be insane not to make a Ghost of Tsushima 2. So the reality for PlayStation fans is we do have a lot to look forward to. It's not like if Sony has some failures with these live service games that suddenly PlayStation Studios collapses and the PlayStation brand's done for. I think it could hurt them, their bottom line, obviously. But the reality is, dude, I do believe Herman Hulst and I do believe Jim Ryan, just for the simple fact that you'd be a fool not to when they say we're still committed to these bigger single player games that people come to us for. Because why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be? Like, look at Spider-Man 2. Dude, Spider-Man 2 is going to fucking destroy for Sony. It's going to make a killing for them. It's like, how could they ever look at something like that and walk away saying, maybe we should do less of that? No, if anything, it's do more of that. Absolutely. Do more of that. And I think that they are. Apparently there's some kind of God of War DLC in development as well. 60% done. Remember that? That was a thing that we learned about. Timothy Brooks, dude, thank you for the $2 donation, man. I very much appreciate that. But let me tell you here. So, Insomniac posts on Twitter, hey, webheads, as we approach launch, Spider-Man 2 PS5 spoilers may start to appear online. We worked hard to craft a story packed with surprises, so tread carefully and be mindful of posting spoilers. Let's be greater together. Please keep the adventure fresh for everyone. So, yeah, obviously, try not to be that person, I just think that's really uncool. Let people enjoy the game that they've been waiting to play. There's no reason to post spoilers. At least I don't think there is. It's, and I'm very curious to see what type of surprises they packed into this game, because there's been the biggest one that people want to know is like, will you play as Venom? And I think, I don't know. I don't know if that's been spoiled or not yet, but it wouldn't shock me if you play as Venom, but that would be like a really welcome surprise. Like, yes, like, of course we get to play as Venom at some point. That'd be pretty sick. I think a lot of fans are kind of holding out hope that that's a thing we're going to be able to do. Let me see here. So, when it comes to Spider-Man 2, yeah, I did see that. I talked about that new ad. When it comes to Spider-Man 2, the next thing I think we really have to look forward to are the reviews. And the reviews are going to come out on October 16th, so that's 4 days. I think that's a sign of confidence, obviously. That should be an interesting time. I've told you guys over and over again, reviews only matter so much. I'll be blunt with you guys right now in that the only reason I'm going to be covering Spider-Man 2's reviews is because it's going to, it'll be some decent content, I think. A lot of people are going to be interested. A lot of people are going to want to know what the Metacritic score is. But I'll tell you right now, I could give a shit, frankly, about the review scores of Spider-Man 2. Like, this is a game that I'm all in for. I don't need to hear anybody's opinion on it, frankly. I'm going to play it myself and come up with my own thoughts. But at the same time, it's going to be tough to, avoid that conversation, because I think it's a conversation a lot of people are going to want to have, depending on how it reviews. But I'm expecting, frankly, I'm being blunt, I'm being frank, I'm being everything. I'm expecting Spider-Man 2 to review well, not because, I don't know, I'm getting ahead of myself, but just because everything I've seen of Spider-Man 2 so far, it's just Insomniac doing what they do best, man. It is. It's Insomniac doing what they do best, and I imagine almost everybody who plays it will be quite pleased with it. Did I talk about KOTOR Remake yet? Not yet. We are going to get to that. And so the Spider-Man 2 segment is incredibly short here. I understand that. I don't have too much to say about it, but that's pretty much because we're at that point where the countdown has begun, man. 19 more days, and we'll be playing it. And I'm very much excited for it. And I imagine I will be talking less about Spider-Man 2 as we get to the 16th with the release of the reviews. And the reason for that is because I think that as we get closer to launch, it's more likely that more spoilers will come out and become more prevalent. And in an effort to, not necessarily encourage that, I will try not to bring it up unless we have to. So there you go. Be on the lookout. I want to talk about this topic. This comes from industry insider Tom Henderson, who's proven to be extremely reliable. Although for some reason his tweet isn't coming up here. Why? Hold on. Why isn't his... Did he delete it? Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. I want to see if he deleted this. He put out a tweet talking about the Switch 2. No, he didn't delete it. I don't know why it didn't. All right, so Tom Henderson put out a tweet. He says, really excited for the Nintendo Switch 2 and its technology. We'll see launching on Xbox Series, PlayStation 5, and Nintendo Switch 2 and PC a heck of a lot in the next 12 to 18 months. Now, this is fascinating to me because we have been talking about the potential impact that the Switch 2 could have on the PlayStation 5 and on PlayStation in general. Hanzo, actually, I might react to that at the end of this video. I did see somebody recommend that to me. They said that Red Gaming Tech has apparently some inside information about the PlayStation 6 and Sony's plan with it and like their roadmap to a degree. I don't know how is he can you guys tell me? I frankly I don't watch much of his content. Is he a reliable insider? Like, does he actually have good sources? Red Gaming Tech, because if so, this could be a significant thing that we react to. Saying he is good. I mean, I don't see him being like reported on that much, but I don't necessarily think that that's indicative of reliability. Saying he and Tom talk. You guys are saying he's good. Well, good. That'll be an interesting thing. Because the timing of it is interesting, right? MBG, you need to get a leaker on the payroll. I know, man. I know. It's a tough thing because the process of finding people that are going to give you reliable information, it seems like an arduous one. It seems like a very difficult process. And then there's also a lot of risk involved. And I've always kind of looked at it as like, it would be cool. It would be really cool to have sources and to have inside information. But at the same time, it's just like, there are already people who are established, and I can see with the process that they've went through that it's really not easy, and it can hurt you a lot, if you basically make mistakes. So I just don't know that I'm going to pursue that. I'd rather just leave it to the people who are already doing it and clearly good at it. But if I ever do come into, like, I've heard like some things in passing occasionally, but it's always come from places where it's like, maybe there's truth to this, maybe not. I'd rather just sit back, wait, and watch and see if it's true, All right. What I wanted to talk about with this, though, is Tom Henderson is basically saying you're going to see a lot of multi-platform games revealed in the next 12 to 18 months. And they're all going, like, a lot of these games are going to say, we're coming to PS5, we're coming to the series consoles, and we're coming to the Nintendo Switch 2. This is so significant to me because I've talked to you guys at length about the implications a next generation Nintendo console that also gets third-party games, right? That gets third-party games day and date, or day one, same day as PS5 and Xbox Series. I've told you guys this could be Nintendo finally competing directly with Sony. The keyword being directly. Nintendo has always been a competitor to PlayStation during the PS4 era, during the PS5 era with the Switch. But I think there was just kind of this agreement with everybody where it's like Nintendo's doing their own thing and they're doing just fine. PlayStation's doing theirs. They're doing just fine. And they don't really cross paths. This time around, I think it could be very different. I think that once we start seeing these big third-party games that people would, buy on their PS5s or their Xbox consoles or whatever, now they're coming to the Switch, and we all know what people want from Nintendo. It's not third-party games. What people want from Nintendo is what they've always got from Nintendo, and that is great hardware. Well, I don't know. Do people still consider Switch great hardware? Unique hardware. Hopefully great hardware. It sounds like the Switch 2 is going to be pretty great hardware. And they're exclusive games. They're first-party games. But now, like I said, the potency. Here's a Nintendo Switch 2 with some unique hardware. You can play it on your TV. You can play it on the go. And you can expect the traditional first-party output and quality that you know us for. Oh, and by the way, you'll get pretty much all third-party games, and they'll run pretty well. Pretty much what you would expect from like a PS4. See, that's the thing, is that it seems like the key differentiating factor between the PS5 and the Nintendo Switch 2, and this is a big assumption, but I'm pretty confident in this, is when you're talking about third-party games, most third-party games are going to run at a lower resolution at 30 frames per second on the Nintendo Switch 2, to whereas on the PS5, they're going to run at closer to 1440p 4K resolutions at 60 FPS. I think that the Nintendo Switch 2 is probably going to be struggle to run these modern games that are being developed on the PS5 and the Series X. I think they might struggle to hit a 60 frames per second. Like maybe games like Call of Duty, for example, could run at 60. These games that kind of have to run at 60. But outside of that, I think that might be the big difference maker. And the real question there is if that is the difference, like you basically get PS4 Pro performance on the Nintendo Switch 2 with these games, whereas on the PS5, you get, 60 FPS, higher resolutions, HDR, ray tracing and whatnot, pretty much more consistently. How much is that going to matter to people? I really begin to wonder, how much is this going to matter? I think Sony will still have this advantage. In fact, I think Sony will be the definitive console when it comes to power with the PS5 Pro. And I'm so interested to see this dynamic in play when it happens next year, because Sony's going to come out and they're going to be like, we got a PS5 Pro, the most powerful console in the world. Microsoft is going to lose their crown. Microsoft is not going to have the most powerful console anymore. It'll be the PS5 with the Pro. And, they'll be able to tout, like, we can basically push games as far as they can go on console at an affordable price. And of course, they'll always go further on PC, but that's, at an affordable price. And I just wonder how people are going to react to that versus, Nintendo coming out and being like, well, we can't do what the PS5 Pro is doing or even the PS5, but we can get, we can hold our own and you can play these games on the go. I really wonder how that's going to change the decision making of the consumer. It remains to be seen. But what I do know for sure, and I have no doubt about this, these upcoming third-party games, like the main, these bigger AAA games that have always skipped the Switch, it's going to be a huge deal when it's revealed that, and they're coming to Switch the same day. Like, you don't have to wait. That's going to be a really big deal. And I'm just so interested to see the impact it has. Doolin Jones, thank you for the super chat, buddy. You're saying, I always like Jim Ryan, whether you hate him or not. He has brought games to us for 30 years, and not just any games, remember, but some of the best games ever made. What a legendary career at SIE. Respect him. I mean, one thing I will say, just to get back to that for a moment, I respect Jim Ryan's career. Like, I respect anybody who has been with PlayStation since the beginning, because that is awesome. Like, that's just not a common thing, where you're talking about people who were there when the PS1 was being developed and Sony was trying to get involved in the console space. And I always have a respect for that history, for the wealth of knowledge he has. And I think people don't believe somebody like Jim when he says, like, in his goodbye letter or his retirement letter, he's basically saying, like, I've always loved the PlayStation brand and the community. Like, I think that's true. Like, I don't think you can work at a company for 30 years like that with a specific brand and not have some kind of feeling towards it. Even if he's not a gamer himself, he knows more than most people ever will about the brand. So I do respect that fact. So I appreciate the super chat, Dolan. And yeah, it's also one last thing I'll point out. It is thanks to Jim that PlayStation is dominant in Europe. Yeah. If it wasn't for Jim Ryan, who knows what would have happened to PlayStation Europe. And Europe is one of Sony's biggest markets, man. Like, one of their biggest key factors and driving forces in PlayStation success. And that is all Jim Ryan. So say what you want. He knows what he's doing from a business level, no doubt. It's hydration time. And then we're going to move on to the next topic. All right. Why does that water taste weird? It's such a weird taste in my mouth. PlayStation Portal is selling out. Why is this not linking me? So the PlayStation Portal pre-orders have reportedly sold out across all retailers in Japan, but I'm also hearing that it's selling out, or what I'm seeing is it's selling out in the US as well. Like, people are buying this product. Now, obviously, we have to question how many units did Sony make available to pre-order? I don't know. They could have made a low amount, and that could be why they're, selling out so quickly. But either way, man, there's been a lot of discussion about the PlayStation Portal and whether or not it's, there's like a weird animosity towards this device. And I don't know, man. I feel like what we see being projected towards the PlayStation Portal is maybe indicative of a wider projection that's coming from a group of people. And that is just like, you just kind of get this sense that some people, I don't know, man. It's just kind of become the thing where, like, oh, what did PlayStation announce? Oh, that sucks. Oh, what is PlayStation doing? Oh, that sucks. Like everything sucks. And that to me is ridiculous, where it's like, dude, there's nothing wrong with this device. I'm not even defending. I'm just saying it, like, it's just an accessory. Like, what is the problem? Like, I just don't think people get how unrealistic it is with what Sony's trying to do with the PlayStation 5 to make a dedicated handheld. Like, I guess I'm just saying, like, there are people who want it and it's selling out. I don't know what for all the people who are like, this thing sucks, this thing's going to flop. I don't think so. I think it seems like it's going to do just fine. And you know what the weirdest thing about it is people who are like condemning others for buying it. Like, oh, well, I bet you bought the PlayStation Portal. Like, you're going to spend $200 on it. It's like, why not? Like, what is the, I just don't understand what the problem is. I'm just so confused anymore with the animosity that people project sometimes, man, where it's like, If it's not for you and you question it, that's one thing. But it's like when you become basically upset by it. See, this is what I don't. You're saying stop defending it. So I'm going to ask in a respectful manner, like, why? Like, what's the problem? Like, I don't feel like I'm defending it. What I feel like I'm doing is questioning why people have so much animosity towards an accessory that you don't have to buy. You know? Like, I guess it's just, you're saying it's taking resources from an actual real handheld from Sony? I don't think so. I think it's actually the exact opposite. I mean, you could look, Titus Crow, I appreciate you actually, putting forth an actual reason here that makes some sense. But I think, personally, I think it's the opposite. I think, if anything, this is Sony showing in some kind of interest in the handheld market. And this could act as the first step towards a real handheld. Do you ever think of it that way? And that's where I think people, I think people who are like upset because it's not a real handheld, this might be a good thing. Like, this could be Sony dipping their toe in the water. Granted, it's the thing about this device is it's Sony playing it as safe as they possibly can. As safe as they can. And for all you know, this could have been their way to try to gauge the market and the fan base. Do people want a dedicated handheld? And I'll tell you right now, there's no way that Sony doesn't see that. Like, I think Sony very clearly sees that there's outcry for a dedicated handheld. But in the meantime, they're clearly selling this accessory to people who want it. So they're going to, I guess what I'm trying to say is this could be a very unique way of gauging the market, where we're going to create this product. We are going to put resources into it. Might even be a low volume product. We'll make some money off of it, but we'll be able to figure out if people have an interest in some kind of handheld. And if they're going out there and reading what people are saying, I don't know if they're reading what people are saying, but just like basically surveying the land and getting the reactions, there's no denying that a big reaction to this is, why isn't this a dedicated handheld? And this could be Sony's first wave of being like, okay, well, there are people who want the accessory. It's going to sell decently well. It's going to sell well enough. Maybe we move on to the next thing. So I don't know. I guess that's just why I don't understand just the overwhelming negativity, where it's like, if anything, people who have been dying for a new PlayStation handheld should look at this as a glimmer of hope, right? Like an ember on the ground. Because prior to this, it was literally nothing. I mean, nothing. Like, no handheld of any kind, of any design, of any making existed. So I think, if anything, this should be some kind of glimmer of hope for those people that, fingers crossed, maybe this could lead to the next, the thing that we've been hoping for. Maybe not. Maybe not. That's a weird take. Salaire Vestor, straight up. I'll be honest, man, that's a weird take, and I'm going to have to ask you to explain this. You're saying the PlayStation Portal is a scam and people are falling for it? I don't agree with that in the least. I think everybody who's granted, if you mean that from the angle that uneducated people are going to buy it thinking it's a handheld, open it and be like, what the fuck is this? Maybe. You're saying the app is readily available for free. Most aren't aware. Yeah, but what's stopping them from becoming aware? Like, if you had any interest in playing PlayStation portably, I don't know how you could not learn about remote play. You know? And even then, you would still, if you cared about it that much, you're probably going to buy an accessory to hook up your controller to it or to buy the, the backbone or whatever. So I don't agree with that, man. I think that's taking things way too far to call it a scam. No, Sony has made it very clear what this device is, what it does and what it doesn't do. And I think at this point, anybody, like, I would not feel sorry for anybody who bought this product thinking, oh, it's a portable PS5. Like, no, it's not. And there's nothing there to tell you that's what this is, right? Like, in fact, everything here tells you it's not a portable PS5. It's an accessory. However, I will say look, man, it's understandable why maybe a more casual person would come across this thing and think that's a portable PS5. But it's like, look at the price. Look at the price of a PS5. Look at the price of this. Like, what, something has to click in their head where it's like, maybe that's not what that is. Maybe I should read what the box says or the item description. I don't know. Maybe I'm expecting too much from people, but it's just, I'm not saying, like, my feelings on the PlayStation Portal are, it's fine. It's interesting. It's interesting to see Sony dabbling in the space again. And even if this product fails, I don't know, it does give me kind of a little bit of hope that maybe they have future plans, and we'll see. So, either way, though, getting back to the topic, it's selling well. It's selling out. If it wasn't selling well, I don't think it would be selling out. Unless it's so low volume that they only had like 50 available for like each retailer or something, which would be crazy. But I don't think that's the case. Michael, you're saying, do you think they add cloud to it via software update? No, I don't think so. I questioned that for a long time. Like, why can't this be used with the cloud? But then somebody told me, and I was like, oh, yeah. They were like, because they don't want people to turn this into a portable PS5 where you don't need a PS5. So, because if you activated cloud on that essentially would mean if you subscribe to PlayStation Plus Premium, then you could technically just buy this device and play your games that you access through Premium through the cloud. And you can bypass a PS5. You do not need a PlayStation 5. You just need this device and a PlayStation Plus Premium subscription, which granted would still be pretty expensive, almost the price of a PS5, ironically enough. But no, that's why they're not going to do that. At least in my opinion. Buying a PC bypasses a PS5. Yeah, but it doesn't bypass the fact that it does bypass buying a PS5, but at the same time, like, you're limited in the sense that you can't subscribe to PS Plus. You can't engage with the PlayStation Network. Like, the only thing you can do is buy the specific set of games that they made available to buy. And in a way, it's Sony communicating the message to you, like, we want some of your money. We know we're not going to get as much as we would like. But you're not going to get every game, or some games you're going to get literally years after the fact. Like, I think it's fine. Like, I have no problem that Horizon Forbidden West is going to PC. I think that's a good thing at this point because it'll mean more sales. And if it's done well, it could maybe get pretty good sales. But it's like, for me personally, I would definitely not wait 2 years to play that game. And that's just me. I don't know how many people have been waiting for Horizon Forbidden West, but it's just, it's one of these situations where more power to the people who are willing to wait years straight up to get these games on PC. But I don't know. I think when these games come to PC for Sony, or not Sony, for the PC fan base, it's more about being excited about knowing that, you know, you have maybe really powerful hardware and you're going to be able to push this game and the game will take advantage of that. That seems to be like a part of the excitement factor for PC fans, which makes sense. So, yeah, no, I mean, I think they're going to have a field day with Forbidden West. I can only imagine how good that game's going to look on PC, maxed out. Broccoli Rob, you're saying, what's up, MBG? You should really give Cyberpunk 2077 a try. Playing for a week now, and it has been one of my favorite games I've played this year. I appreciate that, Broccoli Rob. I mean, you guys are really pushing Cyberpunk on me here out of nowhere. I don't know. I'm not going to lie. I'm starting to get a little bit resistant. Starting to feel like, I don't know. Maybe I don't want to play it at this point, you know? No, but I've been hearing really, really good things about it, dude. I've been hearing really good things about Cyberpunk, and yeah, man, like I said earlier, maybe I will eventually. If I do, I have no idea when it's going to happen. Probably not anytime soon, though, frankly. But I'm glad you're enjoying it, Broccoli Rob. You're certainly not the only one. Subtext. Thank you for the $10, man. You're saying, I didn't dislike Jim Ryan. My only issue with him was his unrealistic hopes to sell games like God of War to hundreds of millions of people versus just 20 to 30 million. Look at how Xbox's Netflix stream led them off course. Yeah, I agree with that, actually. I have an admiration for that goal where it's like, that would be awesome. But to me, this is where I think Jim Ryan lacked an understanding in this area. And I do worry that the next PlayStation CEO will lack this understanding. I've tried explaining to people that the only way you get 100 million people to play God of War is you have to inherently, fundamentally change what God of War is. God of War Ragnarok will never be played by 100 million people. Like, especially in a short period of time. There's just no way. It's too complex. It's doing too many things. It's asking too much of the player to where it's going to have a ceiling. And I think that's a good thing. I do. I think that's what makes some of these games so great. It's not a matter of gatekeeping. It's just the reality. I think Jim Ryan, I almost think that he believed that PlayStation hit a ceiling due to gatekeeping. And I don't think that's true at all. Like, I think God of War could release multiplat, and I think it could definitely get more sales, maybe even significantly more in some cases, but it would not get anywhere near 100 million. It probably wouldn't even get like to 30 or 40 million. Maybe 30 million at the high end, but I just don't think he understands that, dude, what you're asking, like, do you know how broadly appealing a game has to be to get 100 million players? I mean, look at Nintendo. Nintendo's games are as broadly appealing as they get, and even they're not selling or reaching 100 million people. Like, they're getting, I mean, don't get me wrong, they're doing just fucking fine, hitting like 40, 50, it's still, like, to me, crazy numbers, but it's like, that is a completely flawed mentality, in my opinion, in this industry and in this market in particular, because that's not what these games are meant for. And this is what does continue to make me question Jim Ryan as the head of PlayStation, because it's like, the question then becomes, so what are they supposed to do, MBG? Are they supposed to just look at God of War selling maybe 20 million copies on maybe 100 million PS5s, 110 million PS5s, and say that's good enough? Yes. That's you want to talk about a virtuous cycle? Like, dude, I understand from a business standpoint, they are always obsessed with growth, but why can't anything just ever be good enough? Like, why can't it be good enough to have a cycle that works and that no one is asking to change? And the only people that are asking for it to change are the people that decide, you know what, making hundreds of millions of dollars isn't enough. Making billions of dollars isn't enough. We need to make all the dollars. This is what bothers me. Like this obsession with we got to get everything running on every device. No, you fucking don't. That is not gatekeeping. That's just, it's not on those devices because it just doesn't appeal to those people. It's like Resident Evil 4 Remake is going to be $60 on iPhone. How many sales are they going to get? I cannot wait to find out. Cannot wait to find out on a device that's already overheating. And they're actually showing off with touch controls. Like, who in their right mind is going to play this? I saw something where this person bought a bunch of accessories that you connect to your iPhone 15, and he was sitting there on his sofa. He had his phone next to him. He had like a cooling device on it. He had like an adapter with 3 other things plugged into it. He's like, I turned my phone into a console, and he was playing Resident Evil with a controller on his big screen TV. And I'm like, that's great, man. You could just buy a console and you don't have to use your phone for that. Your phone can be used for literally all of the other things that you buy a phone for. And you don't have to worry, like, what are you going to do when you get a phone call? You just got to unhook all the shit now and take the fucking cooling off. It was crazy. It's like, I love the idea of it. Like, that is futuristic, but it's like, is it practical? The answer is no. The people who are like, why can't these business executives just accept that there are the millions of people that are buying your game? They probably also bought iPhones, and they probably have zero desire to go buy your game on your iPhone. They want to play it on PC. They want to play it on a console. Well, what about the hundreds of millions of people or tens of millions of people that aren't buying consoles or PC? Maybe they'll want to buy our game. Like, no, they don't. They don't care. They don't fucking care about your game. Straight up. Like, why don't these executives get it through their head that these people don't care about your shit? And you can't make them care unless you meet them where they demand to be met. And you know where they want to be met? They want to be met at the fucking like most casual, like dumbed down, and that's fine because they're not into gaming that way. And you can't make them you can't get them into gaming that way. The worst thing that is happening to this fucking industry is the race to the fucking bottom, the lowest common denominator. How do we get, fucking Josh's mom, who likes to play Candy Crush, to fucking buy Resident Evil 4 Remake? Newsflash, you fucking don't. Like, you don't. You make a Candy Crush version of Resident Evil 4, you release that shit separately, maybe you'll get them on the hook. And I know that there are actually Joshes in I wasn't talking about any of the Joshes. I don't know. It's just the first thing that came to mind. Any Josh in the chat, I'm not specifically talking about your mother. I just realized that. I should have used a different name. But it's like this, we don't need that mentality. Like this idea that Sony is now obsessed with growing in the mobile space. And I do fear, like I get more nervous at the idea of these AAA games now running natively on smartphones, because it's like that's just going to further fuel this mobile effort where it's like this has already been attempted. And it does work to a degree where games like PUBG, games like Call of Duty, games like Fortnite, they have separate, and Dead by Daylight as well, they have separate mobile versions. And look, I don't want to shit talk these dedicated mobile versions of these games too much because I haven't played them. but I've seen them, and it's like the quality difference is very apparent. Like you can, like they became smart enough, like they realized that the people who play these games on their phones or their tablets have a much lower expectation than the people who are buying consoles to play them or playing them on PC. Therefore, they developed the games with that in mind. And they pack them they are way harder at pushing like microtransactions and the whole 9 yards. And I hate that. Like, I hate it because it's just like, fuck, man. Is it not bad enough? Like, why is it never enough? I need to know, why is it never enough? Why? Why is selling 110 million consoles every console cycle and selling tens of millions, sometimes 15 plus, sometimes even 20 million plus games? Why is that not enough? Now we need the live service games. Now we need the subscriptions. Now we need the fucking mobile games. Now we need all the extra PC revenue. Why is it never enough? This is why I just really start to think at the end of the day, I no matter how I try to rationalize it, I think it just comes down to greed, man. Where no one can ever just say, you know, this is pretty good. I don't really need any more than this. It's almost like in this corporate world and with the shareholders, and maybe they're the worst offenders, like, we need more. I need a fucking another yacht. And it's like, fuck you. How about that? How about don't get another yacht? How about, I got an idea. How about learn to live without a yacht? How about that? Can you do it? Could life be enjoyable that way? Probably. Actually, you'd probably be surprised how many things you could live without. In fact, some of these fuckers probably need to go out there and become monks and learn to live with nothing. Because that's how greedy they become. Their desire is insatiable. Yeah, or take a pay cut. They're all renting yachts. Yeah, they're renting yachts. The dreams, we got to own one. I'm just so sick, man, of it. It really, it's because I can't help but I dig deeper and I dig deeper and I'm like, where's the source of all this? And it all comes back down to just, you know, these more wider, yeah, I don't know, man. Renting yachts for Instagram pics. Oh my God. Could you imagine living that life? What is wrong with people? What the fuck is wrong? Dude, now I'm going off the rails here, guys. Like, what is wrong with people out there? I'll never understand, man. The human condition. The human condition, we are afflicted. We are cursed. This is like Dark Souls. Real life is like Dark Souls. Does anybody realize that yet? I mean, we are cursed and we are... How do we get through? All these things are like boss battles and we keep getting crushed by them. People keep losing. They become hollow. Dark Souls is way deeper. Dark Souls is so deep, man. It is really, it's an allegory. Oh man. It's true. We all carry the dark sigil. Don't go hollow out there, man. Don't go hollow. Don't lose your humanity. Because think about it. I mean, really think about all these things that drive people. What is it? It's like you're losing your humanity. You're becoming like a hollow person. Literally. I mean, of course, in Dark Souls, you get smashed by a fucking, completely obliterated by a boss violently. But it's a metaphor for life, man. And all the things people get hooked on and that they let run their lives. And before you know it, you're living in a fucking massive home. You got how many cars in your garage? You got more money than you know what to do with. You got to fucking buy a second yacht. And it's just like, you got to make the shareholders all the money in the world. Like, at what point is it just like, what the fuck is going on here, man? You're saying that sounds like a sad life? I think it is. Like, I mean, obviously we all want better, right? I think it's understand, like everybody wants better, but I really feel like there has to come a time. And I know people try to turn everything into politics, like, oh, you're fucking liberal, fucking libtard, or you're fucking right wing or whatever. It's like, no, like maybe the world could be a better place if more people just kind of woke up one day and really evaluate, how much do I have and how much do I really need and how much is not needed. And I'm not saying like, oh, if you're rich, just give all your shit away. I'm not saying that at all. Like I said, we all want better, but it's just you get sucked into the system and the system conditions you and the system tells you, just all it tells you is you need more. You need more. What you have isn't enough. You need more. You need bigger. You need better. And if you think about the AAA game space, isn't that kind of what's happening? And maybe sometimes we've like cheered that on, like, yeah, we want bigger and better games, but it's like, hold on. Hold the fucking phone here for a second. How much bigger and better do they need to be? Because I'll tell you right now, Ghost of Tsushima, look, I expect the sequel to be improved, but if they come out, like, well, we gotta make the game like, fucking 30 hours longer. No, you don't. No, you don't. We got like fucking 30 more side quests. No, you don't. Quality. Okay? Like, you could have less side quests. Make them more impactful. Whoa, what about the map size? I'm not saying Sucker Punch is doing this, by the way. I'm just saying, we got to make the map even bigger. No, you don't. Make it smaller. Make it denser. Fuck, you don't even have to make it denser. Just like I said, just make everything more impactful. Make everything hit harder. You do that, you got a great fucking game on your hand. You don't have to, like, it's getting crazy out here, guys. It is. This is why the industry's so volatile. Dude, you got like Epic Games rolling in so much. Epic Games thought they were untouchable. You know that. They made so much money so fast from Fortnite. They didn't even know it. They were like, we could fucking do whatever we want. And so they did whatever they want. Turns out your cash cow is drying up there a little bit. Turns out you spent more than you should have. Yeah, they're out here trying to flex on Apple and shit. It's like, bro, you really thought Fortnite was going to be the be-all, end-all forever? No. So what's their solution now? How many players does Fortnite have? How many players does Fortnite have? This is what I got to know. $239 fucking million players, and it's not enough for Epic Games. It's not enough for Epic Games. Let me ask you, what the fuck is going to happen to a gaming market where a game has an average of 239 monthly players and a peak of 15 million players per day? 15 million players per day, all buying skins. And that's not enough. All those people in charge of that can go fuck themselves, dude. Seriously. Because when you get to that point and that's not enough, just fuck you. You're ruining this industry. You're turning this industry into a fucking greed-driven cesspool that is infecting everybody else. It's like a virus and it's spreading to all the other executives. They just start seeing money fucking symbols in their eyes. We could be that. We could be that. No, you can't. No, you can't, because the only way you get there is by luck, which Fortnite absolutely did. Fortnite was fucking lucky, let's face it. They took a chance because somebody there was like, that shit PUBG's doing, it seems to be working. And what do you think drove that? What do you think drove that? Oh, we should do what PUBG did. Why? Because look at how much money they're making. And then they make more money than PUBG. Way more money than PUBG. Now everybody else is chasing them. Meanwhile, they're out here being like, oh, we gotta lay off like 900 people. What the fuck do you mean you have to lay off 900 people? Like, it's scary, man. It's scary. And maybe it's just a microcosm of what's happening globally. Maybe it's a microcosm of what's happening worldwide. I don't think that this is just an isolated thing to the gaming industry, but people have to fucking wake up, dude. They do. And I'm not just talking about video game executives. I'm talking people in general need to wake the fuck up and see what they have and learn to be thankful, because you will never be able to enjoy anything that comes your way if you can't learn to be thankful for what's in front of you. Everything becomes an obsession. Everything becomes an addiction. You take everything for granted. You get to that point in your life, man, then yeah, all that's left, because you've become so hollow, is keep filling yourself up. There's a hole in you. Everybody's got a hole. Everybody's got a couple holes, but there's a hole in you, man. You can fill it. You can keep pouring and pouring and pouring. Fill it up as much as you want. Throw all the money in there. Throw all the things. It's just falling right out the bottom. At this point, I'm basically describing somebody shitting out money, but MBG, hey, yo, what's going on, bro? I don't know. I took some kind of turn. I don't know. How did we even... Dude, it's subtext. See, this is what I mean about these super chats. You never know. You never know which super chat is going to send me into that fucking dirt. Like, you just slingshot me, bro. Subtext absolutely put me in that slingshot and fired away with this, with that last super chat. Because, yeah, it's getting back to it. This idea of like, oh, I would love if we could have 100 million people. Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it? I would love if every person on the planet could have a gaming console and have a AAA gaming experience and be able to enjoy that for what it is. See how unreasonable and unrealistic that sounds? Because it's not a possibility. I'm not saying I'm against growth. I'm not saying I'm against, trying to go for more, but it's like, fucking A, dude. When does it stop? Everywhere you look. Everywhere. Save the world. I would like to save the world. But you know what? No one person can save the world. Everybody has, until the day comes where everybody learns to hold themselves accountable and really think about what they're doing and how they're conducting themselves. It's just never going to happen, unfortunately. But some people can. Some people can do the best that they can. And, it can have an impact. It can have influence. And I just feel like in this case, calm down, bro. I will not calm down. This is important shit. No, but I feel like I think you guys see it too, right? Like who doesn't see it these days? Muscle bound Gandhi. That's what MBG is going to stand for. Who doesn't see it though? Right? Like I can't even go on YouTube anymore. I can't go on social media because it's just, get it out of my fucking face, please. It just disgusts me. It makes me sick where everything is about more. Let me tell you about this thing you didn't need to know, but you gotta fucking know. Because if you don't, how are you gonna live? Don't you want this knowledge? Like, this isn't knowledge, man. This is a fucking curse. Okay, well, don't you want to laugh? Yeah, I can laugh a little bit, but at like what point does it just become, how much am I laughing? How much bullshit am I just cramming into my eyes and my fucking brain that it's just like, dude, what is happening? I mean, what is really happening? The more you want, the less you get. Thank you. Very well said. The more you want, the less you'll get. Such is life. Bro. Gaming Survivor, bro, it's an astral realm curse. I know, man. It is. More is less. Less is more. Woo way. All right. Pragmatic Cat says, for example, you can have a tiny little yacht. However, cruise ships are the biggest ships in the world, and cruises can be affordable for everyone. I'll take it a step further, man. And I don't mean to offend any cruise goers out there. Why do we need, why do we need a cruise ship? Why do I need to be on a cruise ship? Why do I need to be on a floating object in the middle of the ocean that is there to give me things that I can get on land. I can sleep here. Oh, cool. You can sleep on land in a bed. Did you know that? Oh, wow. I can swim in this pool. Like, that's the craziest shit. I'm swimming in a pool. Cruise fanboys incoming. I'm swimming in a pool on a floating object in the middle of the fucking ocean. I feel like somewhere along the way, we've lost the plot. We've lost the plot. As humanity has lost the plot. It's over. It's over. You can't come back from that, man. You can't come back from that. I think it's boredom. Dude, somebody out here is getting really offended that I'm shit talking cruises right now. And I apologize. I'm not trying to take it out on you. I think if you're enjoying a cruise, it's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with people enjoying themselves. I just never understood it. That's all. I've never had a desire to go on a cruise. Yeah, I just you're saying it is over. In 100 years, we will be sub 1 billion. It is what it is. Dude, Broccoli Rob's the same people who like cruises are the same people who like buffets. But yeah, dude, buffets are weird. I don't think I've ever had a good experience at a buffet. And I mean that. Because it's like, think about what it encourages. A buffet encourages, hey man, you can have the most variety of food. Oh, that's great. It's all going to be the lowest quality. Okay, but you can eat as much as you want. Oh, that's good. And you're going to eat till you feel sick. It's just like, I've never left a buffet feeling good. Like, I've just only left feeling bad. Like, man, none of that food was particularly good. I feel sick to my stomach. And I don't know, it was like, what, 40, 50 bucks? I don't know. How much a buffet? It's been a long time since I've been to a buffet, but I don't know. I feel like the thing about buffets, though, is there's always, yes. See, somebody knows. Golden Corral used to be good back in the day. Yes, there was a time. I remember there was this one time, it was like the first time I ever went to the Golden Corral, and you could like get as much steak as you wanted and shrimp and stuff. I'm like, this stuff's actually good. And then like a couple years went by and I went back and it was just the worst. I'm like, what happened, Leia? Hey. See, now my cats are starting to get crazy. Mega buffet gamer. Another podcast where MBG has gone off the beaten path. Well, I will at least say, it's happening at the end of the stream, right? Because like we're approaching the 4.5 hour mark. At least for like the first 3.5 to 4 hours, it was like just focused on gaming. But I just had to get some of this stuff out, man. I did. I had to get some of it out. I would like a steak now too. Now I'm hungry. Wolverine. I love how Portal 80 is like, Wolverine's coming, MBG. Just relax, man. There's good stuff coming. It's okay. He's really trying to settle me down. He's like, man, I'm worried about MBG. Oh, now that Gaming Survivor. Now that sounds cursed. Buffets on cruises. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, it's still pretty bad, but it's not worse than swimming in a pool on a cruise. There's nothing worse than swimming on a pool on a cruise. I can't get over that. There's something genuinely cursed about that. And meanwhile, we got somebody in the chat saying, I want WD-40. What is happening, man? Something happened. Some kind of shift occurred along the way. You're saying buffets are unhygienic. I guess there is always that concern too. Yeah. Change my channel. Broccoli Rob says I should change my channel name to Steaks and Holes. I don't know about that, man. I might really give people the wrong idea. Jim Cryan says he's got to go. He can't deal with this anymore. It's okay, man. I appreciate it. I mean, anybody who sticks around this long, God bless you. Really. pool on a pools on a cruise ship are unhygienic. Well, yeah, there's a metaphor there somewhere, but I think my brain's too fried for me to find it right now. So let me circle back here, okay? We went as far out there, I think, as we can go. I'm gonna bring it back a little bit. All right. All this is to say that we don't always need more in gaming. Bigger is not always better in gaming. I think right now, given the volatility of the gaming market, and it's clearly getting worse, which is sad to see, I think we need to see developers rally around. Sorry, I heard my cat. I thought she was chewing something. We need to see developers rally around the basics and the fundamentals and keep that at the center. And I just sincerely hope, and this is where my negativity comes in, where I feel like no matter how much I hope, it's just not going to turn out this way. I really hope that gaming executives that run these companies and shareholders, and I know with the shareholders, it's never going to happen. All the people out there that are anticipating large influxes of money, it would be just a fantastic thing. And the way that the gaming industry would correct itself would be phenomenal. We would be able to correct the gaming industry without having to see anything be destroyed, is if everybody just universally decided, you know what, we don't need everything. You know, there is such a thing as too much growth is too much growth. And I don't care what anybody says. Like, a company doesn't have to be worth $1 trillion. That's literally ridiculous. That doesn't even mean anything at this point. I think when you, like, let me look at a game like Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 is such an anomaly. And you know what? I am going to support Alan Wake 2. And do you know why? Because, yeah, I am. It does pain me that it's digital only. But you know what? Remedy deserves my money. You know why they deserve my money? They're an independent. Do you guys see my cat back here? What is she doing? What are you doing, Leia? Okay. She has to come over here and let me know now. Sorry. I'm making Leia behave in a very strange way. Yeah, she's like creepy eyes when it's dark in here. I'm going to support Alan Wake 2 because Remedy represents something special, in my opinion, that we have to protect in this industry. I'm obviously going to get Spider-Man 2, but I'm not worried about Spider-Man 2. Insomniac, they're underneath Sony. They're growing. They're in a very healthy place. And I think Remedy's in a healthy place too. But Remedy is out here saying, we're an independent studio. We're making a AAA game. We're going to make a survival horror game, which is not the most popular genre. They're not chasing trends. They're focused on the fucking art, man, on the craft. And they seemingly have, like, they're onto something. And it's like, if the worst thing is they didn't produce a physical version, fine, I can live with that. But this studio, we need to support that shit, man. We do. Like, we need to support these studios that, I mean, of course, support your indies, support your AA games, but just considering how volatile the AAA market is becoming, I want to see Remedy succeed. I do, with Alan Wake 2, because when they succeed, they send a message to all other independent developers, and maybe even non-independent, like these publishers, these AAA publishers. You can make games like this. And as long as you care about the game you're making and you focus on actually trying to put the quality above all else, not chasing trends, not overinflate. Like, the game is going to be about 20 hours long, which is perfect length for the game. You know, I wish the game was I'd pay $70 for their game because it looks quality. They deserve it. And I want to see studios like that keep their independence and prove that, like, this can still exist. It doesn't have to just be about, like, we can just stick to the basics here. We can. And it can work. And it can work well. And I'm not saying Sony isn't doing that. I think Spider-Man 2, the only reason I can't really use Spider-Man 2 in this instance is because it's Spider-Man. You know what I mean? Like, of course, Spider-Man's going to hold its own. It's Spider-Man. You know, people love Spider-Man. I'm not worried about Spider-Man doing poorly or anything like that. But, you know, it's like when we talk about wanting new AAA IP from Sony, yeah, I hope we get that because, and I'm sure we will, because it's like look, I don't know how Jim Ryan feels about new intellectual property. I don't. I feel like he hasn't talked about it that much. I think he's made it clear that they're investing in it and whatnot, but it's just, I know Jim Ryan wasn't the one who greenlit Horizon Zero Dawn. I know he wasn't the one who greenlit Ghost of Tsushima and games like Days Gone. That was Sean Layden, or Shuei Yoshida, Sean Layden. It was them. And we don't really know. We don't really know how many AAA new IP Jim Ryan has greenlit, but I really hope that Sony is still putting a huge focus on that. And more importantly, yeah, I guess maybe it was, yeah, you're right. It probably was Andrew House at that point. My hope is that I don't know if you guys will agree with this, and this is where I'll conclude this conversation because it went all the way back, all the way out there and came back. When I think about new AAA IP like Sony Bend, when I think about Santa Monica, I think these are two. I know Sony Bend. Yeah, it's been confirmed. They're both making new AAA IP. I hope that I want those studios make the exact game you want to make. Don't make it any more or any less. Make it what it needs to be, what it's supposed to be. I don't care if it's 15 hours long. I don't care if it's 30 hours long. I don't care if it's 50 hours long. Make the game exactly what it's supposed to be, and do not let any external expectation sway you from that. That's what I hope from these games. I do. Bigger and better is you know, I should probably stop using this terminology because it's not about bigger and better. It's about refinement. It's about the soul of it, you know, the soul of the game, the impact. I think that's the word I'm looking for. I want to know the impact of your game. Every hour that I spend playing this game, what's the impact? And you know what? I think that is exactly what I've been trying to condense this down to, is the one singular word to define AAA gaming for me is impact. Not how many times you can hit, how hard can you hit? One time. Because when I think about my favorite games ever, the thing that stands out, it is the impact of those games. I don't think about how long they took to complete. I don't think about anything other than, I don't even think about how much content was there. I think about the impact it had on me. And I think that is how everybody else feels too. When you think about your favorite games ever, the ones that really live in your head that are like, oh yeah, I have the best memories, my favorite games of all time. I think that's why they're there. It's because of the impact that they had on you, that they made on you. And so, I mean, there's always different ways for developers to impact the player, to impact the industry. But in my opinion, the type of impact that makes the biggest waves, that has the longest, I don't know, just the longest effect, I guess you could say. It really lingers in the industry and sometimes changes that industry, hopefully for the better, is the game that when you finish playing it, it just leaves you sitting there like in awe. Right? I think we've all had those moments with games where you complete a game and you're just like, I think this might be one of the greatest things I've ever experienced. I feel like you can get that maybe in multiplayer sometimes, but it's a more personal thing. And we need to support games that are trying to focus on the impact and not anything other than that, because I just think it's important. I do. I think more than ever now, considering how volatile things are becoming and there's just so many trends that are being chased. I'm not saying don't play live service games if you enjoy them. Don't enjoy multiplayer. Don't buy microtransactions if that's something you like doing. I'm not trying to tell anybody what to. I'm just saying, in the same way, you know, people are very passionate about physical media and physical games. I always encourage people, even if you like to buy digitally and you prefer that, always try to occasionally buy a physical game or two. You know, it's not going to hurt you, but it's really it can't hurt anything, but you're helping keep that alive and ensuring that will remain an option. I feel that I want to encourage people when it comes to the games you're supporting to try to do the same thing, where it's like, you know, I feel like Alan Wake 2 is a great example to use again, because it's like it's releasing so close to something like Spider-Man 2. It's like, of course we're going to buy Spider-Man 2, but if you can afford it, maybe consider trying to buy Alan Wake 2 as well, to send that message that Alan Wake 2 is the polar opposite of Spider-Man 2. You know what they both have in common? They're both AAA games, but they couldn't be more different. Alan Wake 2 is a full-blown survival horror that's focused on narrative, that is that is made by an independent team. And Spider-Man 2 is Spider-Man. It's one of the biggest properties in the world, with obviously a very narrative-heavy focus where they have that similarity, but it's guaranteed to succeed, to where something like Alan Wake 2 isn't. And I just think that I want to see an industry where both of these games can launch close to one another and both find tremendous success, because that is just going to send a clear message to everybody in the industry that, see, this can work. But it all comes down to expectations, I guess. So, yeah, and they're going to do Control 2. Oh, and you know what? Remedy, they're also doing Max Payne 1 and 2 remake, where I think they're going to combine it in the one game. That's going to be incredible, dude. Remedy is such a good studio. This is why I can't pass on Alan Wake 2, even if it's digital only. I can't, because they're too good. They're too good. I don't want to hurt them for that. You know, it's disappointing, but I don't think they deserve to be hurt for that. You know, they're doing the most important thing right. They're making a great quality single player game. So, yeah, I don't know where all that came from. Subtext, I don't know. Maybe that's still from your super chat. Maybe Pragmatic Cat's super chat, but I think this is where I'm going to have to end the stream. I didn't get to the KOTOR remake topic, but I will just let you guys know really quick. So basically, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remake was being scrubbed from the internet, removed. The trailer was removed from the official PlayStation YouTube channel, Twitter, Instagram, other accounts. And it seemed like something really bad was happening. Sony told IGN that the trailer was delisted because it delists assets with licensed music when the license expires. So it doesn't give us much clarity. Like, they're not giving us any update on the game. Maybe that's not Sony's place to do, but they're just explaining, like, we apparently did this, because of licensing. So, yeah. And then I took down my video because I positioned my video as it seems like KOTOR remake was canceled. And when Sony gave this update, I was like, okay, maybe it's not. And I don't want to give, I don't want to jump to conclusions here. So it's not canceled, but it doesn't sound like it's having a very good time. So, yeah, there's that. And so when it comes to that rumor, or not the rumor, but the leak, the supposed leak, there again, Red Gaming Tech, he put out a video talking about PlayStation 6. I'm not, the stream's going on over 4 hours and 40 minutes, so I'm going to end it here. Not going to live react to it, but I will watch this video in a little while, and I'll see what he has to say, and we'll talk about it. Depending on what he says, what information he gives, we'll talk about it on the next stream. But yeah, crazy stream, guys. A lot of different things to talk about. Just trying to make sure I'm not I don't think I'm forgetting anything. I think I've covered more than I had to. And yeah, I guess at this point, what I'll say is I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. And I want to ask one last time, listen, if you did enjoy this stream, if you got any type of enjoyment out of it, just take a second hit that like button. We're at 360 likes. I don't know if we can do it. I think if everybody pulls together, I think we could hit 400. Actually, before I go, I'm going to check the like to dislike ratio because I want to see if people are still doing that thing they do. Yeah, dude, it's so bad. Like, these guys are hurting the channel, man. Straight up. These guys are doing damage to the channel. There are people that keep coming to the channel and they keep disliking it en masse. I don't know why. Like, I don't know what I said during the stream to make them want. I'm pretty sure it's not a matter of what I'm saying. They just want to dislike the stream. And the only way to combat it is by getting more likes. And I don't mean to come off as like I'm begging for likes. It's just they're reducing the like to dislike percentage, and it's negatively impacting, with YouTube's algorithm. Like right now it's saying that like to dislike, it's at an 86% ratio. Like, dude, 56 people have disliked this stream. 56 people? Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe. You're telling me 56 people tuned into my stream and decided they didn't like it. I have a difficult time believing that. I don't have a problem with dislikes. I don't. It's just that it's been proven on my channel that people are creating multiple accounts and doing this and upvoting their own comments and stuff. And it's like, that stuff is not good to see because it is. And no, I'm not trying to be arrogant. If there are 56 people who actually come to my stream and dislike it, that's fine. Like, I just want people to be honest. That's all. And I just get this feeling sometimes that this isn't giving me an accurate idea of how many people like the stream versus how many people actively don't like the stream. Because you know what's weird? When people consistently dislike content, YouTube tries to not recommend that content to them. Like, that makes sense. Yeah, you're right. I triggered the Buffet Cruise fanboys. You're saying MBG, certain people promote disliking your content no matter what. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Because I have no doubt that there are genuinely people who are like, I don't like this. But what YouTube does when an account dislikes a video or stream, what YouTube does is you're sending a signal to YouTube, don't recommend this to me anymore. I don't like it. I don't want to see it. And that's why it's so weird that like there are people probably subscribed to my channel where they join my stream and they hit the dislike, or like you say, people come to my channel and they hit the dislike, they make multiple accounts, they hit the dislike, and they're basically exploiting YouTube's algorithm a little bit, which is not a big deal because truthfully, it's not like I expect this stream to go out there and, tons of people are going to see it, but it's unfortunate to see. But I always want to encourage everybody, listen, truthfully, if you enjoyed it, hit the like button. If you didn't enjoy it, hit the dislike button, if that's you want to let me know that you don't like it. You know what I'd be curious about though, in all seriousness, for the people who are disliking it, and this is one thing I don't like about YouTube. I wish that I don't want them to get rid of likes and dislikes, but you can't know why people dislike it or like it. You can't know. It reminds me like review scores, right? Where it's like, oh, I have 60 dislikes, and I would be curious to know what about it did these 60 people not like? And there's no way to know that, you just got to look at them. Okay. So I guess what I'm saying is it's not really helpful, but what are you going to do? Anyway, guys, that is going to do it for the stream. Thank you to everybody who did hit the like button, by the way. And thank you, more importantly, I want to give a big thank you to everybody who donated channel memberships and super chats. Incredible stream today. We hit a goal of 100. That actually wasn't the goal. The goal was 50, and you guys crushed it. You doubled it. 100 members. That's a lot. That's a great start to the month here with a new stream. So big shout out to you guys and a big thank you. And thank you to everybody who super chats. We got Dale, member for 3 months, says, "Hey, MBG, been watching you since 2018. Your vids have got me through some tough times. Keen to try Callisto with all the updates, being a horror fan." Yeah, I mean, but I think if you're playing Callisto Protocol for the first time through PlayStation Plus, I think you'll enjoy it. It is a good game. It's just lacking in some areas that I think really struggled to justify it being $70. Like, it's not, I don't know if I could call it a great game, but it is a good game. And playing it, not for free, but through PlayStation Plus, yeah, I think you'll enjoy it, man. So, and it does have all the updates. You have to let me know what you think of it, man. But yeah, that's going to do it. Big shout out to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps. Thank you for consistently doing them, man. And he does an incredible job. If you see him in the comments, give him a thank you, show him some love. And that's going to do it. That's the first stream of October. We'll see if it happens. I plan to have a video out for you tomorrow. And then we'll come back here on Tuesday with another stream, same time, same place. But that does it, guys. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I will catch you all in the next one. So until then, take care, everyone.